Hello,
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 hello.
Good morning,
Good morning,
evening.
good
How
evening.
are
How
all
are
of you
all
doing
of you
today?
doing today?
Cool. All right.
So
Just making
so
sure you
just
can
making
all
sure
hear
you can
me
all
because I've
hear
had to
me
change
because I've
some
had to change
settings
some
around a little
settings
bit
around a little bit
to
to
support
the
the debate today
debate
because it's
today
going
because
to
it's
be
going to be
partially on
partially on
Discord, but I'll
Discord,
be
but I'll
still
be
streaming it
still
on Twitch,
streaming
so
it
I
on
needed
Twitch,
to.
so I
Yep.
needed to.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
One second.
One second. Fix that.
Is that better? Just on its own? Because I think that should have done it. If not, just let me know. Still echo? Or no? See, this is why we start early. Yep, that's what I thought. Cool. I'm so smart. What's up, Tyler? What's up, Leftist Leo? Who, by the way, congratulations on being a mod and also getting the editor badge. What's up, Ketiris? Oh yeah. What do we think of the deal? The ceasefire deal? Well, we're about to look at it because we have just a little bit of time before the debate starts. I haven't actually gotten to look too much into the deal, so we'll look at it together. Now, ceasefire deal. And of course, my missing. There we go. So Israel and Hamas officially reach a Gaza ceasefire deal. Yes, there is a debate. I am debating Quibbles in about half an hour. We're debating on seizing the means of reproduction. I'm pretty keen to have it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So peace in the Middle East. Yeah, see, I don't necessarily think so, because what's happened with Lebanon doesn't really give me much of a reason to believe that this is anything different. I mean, they got a ceasefire with Lebanon a while back and they just continued bombing. The fact that a lot of Israelis on X are mad at the ceasefire leads me to believe that it was probably good. No, not really. The thing is, like, Israelis are pretty split on the subject. There's been protests in Israel wanting the end of the war, wanting their hostages back for weeks now in Tel Aviv. It's just, I don't necessarily see this as actually ending anything. This is more of a, hey, look, Trump magically won and beat the war, and that's it. That's the whole optics of it. I don't think this actually functionally means anything, but let's listen. Jesus Christ, that's loud. Sorry about that. Let's have a listen. Really, you can't hear this either? God damn. See, this is what happens when I have to change all of my settings. You should be able to hear it. That's weird.
US
Better?
officials and Qatar's Prime Minister have confirmed Israel and Hamas.
That fix it? Or do I actually have to go into the Discord settings and turn those off first? I think I do. Oh no, it worked. Cool. Lovely. Twice in one day. Just back-to-back successes.
US officials and Qatar's Prime Minister have confirmed Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire and hostage release deal after 15 months of war in Gaza. There have been celebrations on the streets of Gaza.
I will be surprised if there's more than, I don't know, 10 hostages left alive.
Crowds are also gathering in Tel Aviv as they await the full details of the deal.
Qatar's Prime Minister is
I
currently
hope they
holding
are.
a press conference. We're also waiting for more reaction from the White House and Israel, but let's go straight to our Middle East correspondent, Matthew Doran. Matt, this is a huge development. What can you tell us?
A major development breaking this morning, Emma. Very good morning to you. We've just heard that news that after many, many months of negotiations between Israel and Hamas, there has been...
Tyler, you know, there's, like, I don't know how true those videos are, because, you know, this is Hamas we're talking about as well. They do lie, just plainly everyone does. But there's a lot of propaganda videos that show the hostages, like, I don't know, hugging Hamas, saying bye. Like, they're obviously treated well when they return, because most of them aren't on television constantly screeching about it. Only maybe like one or two tend to be. And that also tracks with, why would you harm your hostages? They're what you're using is, you know, leverage. You don't want to harm your leverage, because then you lose your leverage in negotiations. Stockholm syndrome isn't it's not a real thing. I've not seen any studies that indicate that it's actually a thing. It's more just people socialize, and then other people start to change their behavior accordingly. It's not, you don't start to feel like you need to be there. It's just, oh, well, okay, this person's not as bad as I thought. You learn about a person. That's not Stockholm syndrome. That's development in interpersonal relationship. Now, it doesn't always have to be good, but it's weird.
A ceasefire and
But also,
hostage
a lot of
deal
them
struck.
are probably
We do
dead.
need to stress that this is not the end of the war in Gaza just yet. This is simply the first stage of a ceasefire and hostage deal. This will run for 6 weeks initially, and it's during that 6-week period that further negotiations will be happening to try to bring about a lasting peace in Gaza. We have just heard.
So 6 weeks is what, enough time for them to take full control of all the media networks in the United States, get all the hostages back, and then media blackout? Seems like where that's going to me.
Heard from the Qatari
I'd
Prime
have
Minister
to-
speaking in.
Look, I don't want to be bad faith here, but I've yet to see any indication that Israel will act in good faith in this. So show me evidence and I'll take what I said back.
Doha, and he has confirmed stage 1 of this deal will come into force from Sunday. The exact time of that ceasefire coming into force remains to be sorted out, because there are still some administrative issues to be dealt with, including a vote by Israel's security.
Good faith is like saying something or arguing in good faith means that you actually are trying to say something that you believe. Like, you're not making shit up, you're not propagandizing, you believe what you're saying. And arguing in good faith indicates that both people actually believe what they're saying, and they're not trying to skew the truth, manipulate, etc., etc. It's just open and honest conversation.
Cabinet on whether or not it will accept this proposal. That will happen tomorrow, we understand. You would think that given negotiators in
Haven't heard
Doha
anything about
have
that
agreed
yet,
to this,
Tyler.
that the Cabinet also will agree to it. However, we do know that there are some deep divisions within Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition, and some of the ministers in that coalition may well quit over this proposal. But let's get down to the actual details of this 6-week ceasefire. During that period, 33 Israeli hostages will be released by Hamas. This is a group which has been identified by Israel as the most in need of being released. These are women, children, older hostages, and also hostages who have been...
What would they do that would not be good faith? I mean, they pretty constantly lied for the entire duration up until now. They had a ceasefire with Lebanon and then immediately bombed Lebanon again an hour after the ceasefire was put in place. Yeah, like agree to a ceasefire and then not cease firing would be bad faith, which is exactly what happened in Lebanon.
Experiencing serious medical conditions. During that 6-week period, we will see a withdrawal of Israeli Defense Force personnel from parts of Gaza. Again, this is not a total withdrawal. They will start to move away from the major population centres in Gaza towards the border with Israel, and that's where they will remain for a period of time. That will allow Palestinians who have been displaced during the course of this conflict to return to their homes. What is left of their homes, we must stress. We know that in areas such as northern Gaza, which has been under significant siege by Israeli forces since October, many hundreds of thousands of people have been pushed out of there. This ceasefire will allow some of them to return. And we know
It depends on whether or not the IDF decides to withdraw. I'm on Twitter right now, I'm looking at it, and you can't really believe what you see on Twitter most of the time, and there's talk about leaked documents that might indicate a somewhat of a withdrawal from northern Gaza, but it's yet to be seen. I want to see the actual document
Know also that Israel will be releasing prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails as part of this deal. We're still getting some of the details as to exactly how many of those prisoners would be released, but we know that it could be stretching into the hundreds, if not 1,000, in exchange.
Oh, that sounds sus. Jesus Christ.
For these Israeli
Are
hostages
you a Nazi Hellblazer?
Released. So, as
Just
you
out of
mentioned, we are still
curiosity.
hearing these details coming.
You can say no. I mean, people might accidentally use these things, but that's a big red flag. Ah, okay. Now I understand. If your answer to that is the Emperor protects, I mean...
Through the Qatari Prime Minister is still speaking in Doha, but here's some of what he had to say in the last few moments.
It gives us great pleasure in Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to announce the success of the joint mediation.
So, Leftist Leo, here's a good little practice for you. Click on Hellblazer's name, and then go to timeout, and then give him like 10 minutes. Just a little practice. I'm not going to ban you. Not until you actually, like, give me a reason to.
And the fact that the two belligerents in the Gaza Strip have reached a deal on the prisoner and the hostage swap and announce a ceasefire in the hopes of reaching a permanent ceasefire between the two sides, as well as allowing the access of large quantities of relief aid to the Palestinian...
So here are the most important things that I'm hearing here. One, relief aid is supposedly going to be allowed in. We need to watch that. We need to make sure that it actually is, because for, 6 months out of last year, there was constant news about, we're going to let the aid in, we're going to let the aid in, and then the aid doesn't get in. Secondly, the release of Palestinian prisoners held by Israel in places like Sidi Timan, the concentration camps. We have to make sure that there are being they are being released from these places. I won't believe that this is real until I see indications of some of that. Because all of this does tie together. If you're ignoring half of the ceasefire deal, then you're likely ignoring the entire ceasefire deal.
Brothers in the Gaza Strip.
Matt, these negotiations have been going on and off for months.
Guys.
Finally, we've had this news. So what reaction have we seen there?
We are starting to see some of that reaction trickle through, and we will hear more from the Israeli government, I'm sure, from Hamas. Also, the US President Joe Biden is expected to speak on this issue very shortly as well.
I saw that they asked Biden if Trump should get credit for this, and he was not happy.
I want to explain where we are here in Tel Aviv. This is the area known as Hostages Square, and this is at the moment, there's probably more media here than there are...
Is what true? Is the ceasefire true? I mean, it's been announced. I need to see indications that it's actually going to be implemented.
People sort of responding to this news. But just around the corner from here is the IDF's headquarters here in Tel Aviv. And a short time ago, there was quite a spirited protest there from some hostage families and their supporters. They were very concerned that this deal will mean that some hostages are going to be left behind. This initial cohort...
Yeah, words have been spoken. That's about as much as what's happened. And, I don't know. I like the idea, good ceasefire would be good. Release of hostages from both sides would be excellent, but we'll see. So this is what Keir Starmer said in response. So after months of devastating bloodshed and countless lives lost, this is long overdue news that Israeli and Palestinian people have desperately been waiting for. They have borne the brunt of this conflict, triggered by the brutal terrorists of Hamas who committed the deadliest massacre in the... Jesus Christ, it's still the same exact sentence since that day. The hostages who were brutally ripped from their homes on that day and held captive in unimaginable conditions ever since can now return to their families. This also applies to the Palestinian prisoners in places like Sidi Timan. But we should also use this moment to pay tribute to those who won't make it home, including the British people who were murdered by Hamas. We're not going to talk about, the Western people that were hit with, I don't know, Israeli bombs, the Americans that were killed. I'm pretty sure there was a couple English people that were killed in Gaza as well. I know there's a couple Australians. For the innocent Palestinians whose homes turned into a war zone overnight and many lost their lives, a ceasefire must allow for a huge surge in humanitarian aid, which is desperately needed to end the suffering in Gaza. Then our attention must turn to how we secure a permanently better future for the Israeli and Palestinian people, grounded in a two-state solution that will, in the same general stuff that they all say. It's the exact same rhetoric that you hear every day, with no difference. Now, on a different subject, really. Wait. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just making sure that everything's like set up because I'm waiting to get pinged in for the... Oh my god, did I just freeze? Or did I just crash? What just happened? My camera crash? Or does stream crash? No, I fixed it. There we go. Sorry about that. I think it was me fucking with Discord because I'm trying to make sure that I'm not going to miss the ping there. So, on a slightly unrelated subject, in relation to the banning TikTok, which seems much more likely now, even though it's so stupid, and to be fair, Red Note is fucking hilarious. 10 out of 10, I'm a big fan of that. And we talked a bit about this yesterday, but
TikTok getting banned should radicalize you because what do you mean that you're about to ban an app headquarters in Los Angeles? What do you mean that our Congress could not agree to ban an app headquarters in Los Angeles? What do you mean that our Congress could not agree on banning guns, but you're going to ban an app that helps Americans make money? What do you mean you're going to ban TikTok?
Trump tried to help them stay, but it doesn't seem like that's working. Trump likes TikTok.
But you're not going to force Meta to stop selling our data to foreign entities. What do you mean you're going to ban TikTok, but you're not going to stop predatory practices from insurance companies? What do you mean you're going to...
He might, you know, it dropped an hour ago. Okay, it makes sense. I'm looking at it. I mean, I've seen this exact phrasing weeks ago. I've been seeing this for a couple weeks now. If he's gonna do it, I feel like he would have done it by now. I mean, Elon tried to buy it, and they said no, thankfully. But I'm not sure how much Trump actually can do. He's still not the president. I mean, he does pretty much own the Supreme Court in that they're all his minions, but they're also not currently his minions, rather. Tyler, I feel sorry for the CEO of American TikTok. His family will only be able to afford the platinum-plated hot tub and not the gold-plated one. I know, it's such a shame.
Ban TikTok and you're not going to have universal health care. Or while we're at it, canceling
You can just pop out mod chat.
Which, by the way, TikTok helps people pay their bills. What do you mean that the first thing that Democrats and Republicans agree on is making our lives more difficult? What do you mean that you're gonna ban an app? Like, I don't know, I was in Egypt recently. I couldn't see Al Jazeera out there, a Middle Eastern eye. Like,
oh my god, what's up with the... I think it's the fact that I have the virtual camera set up and I need that to stay on. Annoying. Hold on. This better not be like an issue once I'm in the Discord. Oh, I know why. I know why. That'll fix it. Okay. Sorry about that. The frame rate on it changed rather than everything changes on my OBS. Every time I have a system update, I come and it still didn't work. Every time I have a system update, everything on my goddamn computer breaks. Okay, how about now? So when I switch between the two, it doesn't like it. But when I stay on one, it does. Okay, that makes sense. Well, at least once the debate happens, starts, I'll only be on one of these. I'm not going to be looking at chat much, by the way, guys. So that's up to y'all. Please be nice to Wix chat. I'm sure a lot of you aren't going to agree with them. They are liberals, of course. Speaking of, should be ready to get in to backstage.
Do.
Is it working? Yeah, no, I'm still gonna have to do this, but I'm just gonna stay on the one and we'll be fine. All right, 5 minutes until I'm ready to go into the waiting room. And my video's glitching. I have it on 30. There we go. See, this is why I started a half hour before the actual debate. A, because, you know, what's up, y'all? I like to chat with you, and I wouldn't have been able to chat pre-debate. So, just as a little rundown of what this is about. What we're going to be debating about is, I believe that sex workers should be included in healthcare as a mental health and a physical health necessity. They should be covered by whether you have universal health care, whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, whether it's private health insurance. All of these should be covered because the ideas that we have around sex work right now are entirely unrelated to the actual outcomes that sex work has to society. Sorry, I missed us that any reason? What? You know, Ani, I have no idea what you said. The issue here being, we have an epidemic of loneliness. It's not just male loneliness. It's women as well. It's children. It's incels are getting out of hand and tried to raid the Capitol, partially, but it's also the fact that younger people are being radicalized by these incels because they're content creators. People like Andrew Tate, like Nick Fuentes. They exist in a world that wouldn't exist if we had... No, the debate's not canceled. The debate's in 12 minutes. I'm explaining the debate now, what's going to happen. So, the ability for people to engage with others is not something that we're born with. It's something that's built over time. You need socializing as a skill in your mind rather than just an activity. We think about just hanging out with people, chatting, talking is something that we do, and it is, but it's also something that we learn how to do. And in our modern day, we spend a lot of time online. We've lost touch with ideas of community. And so, especially younger generations, but also everyone else, is feeling a lot lonelier these days. It's harder to make friends. It's harder to go outside. People feel uncomfortable when strangers are talking to them. As well as, separately from this, the idea that a lot of men in the United States are having of women are evil, women hate us, women won't come anywhere like near us, black pill, the type of people who think that it's gay to have sex with your wife if it's not for procreation. Like all of these people have these beliefs because it's not a normal concept to just have intimacy. Intimacy is a necessity. And this is all the way, just already, this is an established fact. This has happened. We have, in Australia, healthcare that involves sex work. Let's say you break both your arms and legs. You need someone to help you out every once in a while. It is physically harmful if you have a raging erection for 6 hours and can't do anything about it because your arms and legs are broken. We have sex workers, part of the healthcare system in Australia, for that, which is good. I would like to add mental health concerns. I don't know what it's like being an incel. It's something I've never understood. They're depressed and they're lonely and they blame women for it. It's sexual insecurity. It's insecurity socially that comes from a base of sexual insecurity. It is fear. It's a fear of being around women. It's a fear of engaging with women. It's a desire to feel different, powerful, unique. It's why people like Andrew Tate like to hype themselves up. They get to feel like they're good and they're better than everyone else. It's a coping strategy for people that are extremely depressed and lonely. The guy that said he doesn't know what it's like to be an incel is 1,000% an incel. Not at all, man. Not at all. Escorts used to be covered under the NDIS after they stripped that. Oh, right. They did strip that, didn't they? This year. So up until this year, Well, I'm just jumping backstage now. So you guys got to tell me if you're going to hear an echo in a second, because I have to make sure that all of these settings can work both on Discord and Twitch. Okay, so first of all, is there an echo? And secondly, is there still an echo? Promo, my second wife, just celebrated for 15 years. Oh, whoops. All right. Sorry, Wick, hold on one second. I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I have Discord fully muted. All right, now I should be able to hear you. Still nothing? No way.
We'll get it
Wait,
eventually.
no, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now I can hear you. All right.
Wonderful.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, great. We got volume. Okay, and we got the stream. Apparently.
Yes.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me adjust your volume. Can you keep talking so I can... Oh, if you're talking, it's not working anymore. Okay. Are you using the right mic? Are you using the right mic? Okay. No, I can hear you. It's just, it sounds tinny.
Let me jump back up to... Is that better? Is that better?
Oh, it's different. And keep talking so I can adjust the volume.
Okay, so just about like this?
Yeah, that's much better. Much better.
Perfect,
Much better.
perfect,
much better.
perfect,
Okay.
perfect.
When Quibbles gets here, we'll adjust his volume to match.
Now,
Okay.
Okay, all right, we're doing this way.
You can probably, yeah, you could probably,
I just want to center it like this, because then Quibbles will be down here, won't they? And then I'll turn this off, and then we're good. And then, oh wait, no, I'm still not here, aren't I?
Yeah, you're using the wrong scene or something. I don't know.
I can fix it. Give me. Or you know what? I could just drag myself on top of that. Work.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess we will. Thanks for everybody who's sitting here and like bearing with me, because I am a boomer when it comes to tech shit. I think that's working pretty well.
I mean, it is.
Yeah. It's not perfect yet, but give me a second.
It's not. Well, the one of the problems here is it's working for you.
It's not working for you, is it? No.
Basically, what it looks like for us on this side is not good.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can see that. This is why we come in early, so we can sort this kind of stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I will do instead...
So what? I'll let you do it, but if you need a tip...
Yeah.
Oh, there. Whatever you're doing now.
That's working? Well, that. I mean, that's working, but now I'm frozen. But
yeah, but if you go back onto the screen, right? Like, so you probably have your videos.
There we go. Got it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Cool.
Got it.
Excellent. Okay, now we're just waiting for Quibbles. Let me ping him, see where he is.
All right.
Oh, he thumbed it up. So hopefully, presumably, he's on his way. And I guess we'll find out.
Based. I am very excited for this.
Sure. Since you are going to be the affirmative, you will be going first. So you've never been on my show before. Quibbles has, so I can skip the speech for Quibbles. But basically, I'm going to introduce the topic, say hi to those who happen to be in my audience, and yeah, then we'll start the show.
Okay.
If you feel like you are being talked over, if you feel like you aren't getting a word in edgewise, just get my attention. Raise your hand. DM me. I don't something right. So I'm
I
aware.
can just wait until like he's done talking. If I'm getting talked over, I'm not gonna be a baby about it.
We'll see, right? And the only other thing I'll ask is if I interrupt, it's for a reason.
Well, I mean, you're
Either
the
you guys are
host.
yelling at each other, no one can hear, right? And or I have a piece of housekeeping or a pertinent question. But yeah, just if I tell you to shut up, it's not personal.
Oh, fair enough. You
Please.
are the host.
Shut up. Yes.
Any way to flip my camera? I really don't like it from this end.
If you click on, I know how to do it on
I know.
OBS.
I can flip it in my actual stream, and then it'll flip it here because it mirrors it.
I had to do that because people were yelling at me about the flag. It was looking backwards, and they're like, "It's backwards."
Wait, it says I timed out? What timed out? Hellblazer. Hold on. Oh my god, yeah. Okay. L. It was YouTube. YouTube actually did time out for a second, but that's fixed now. All good.
Okay. Click the start button there for me. I already did my announcement in Discord. I've been watching this pirate software drama. Okay.
Pirate software
I
drama.
wasn't aware of it. Or I knew it was happening, but I didn't know what it was. I just saw a lot of people just going at this guy. Okay, like I thought he had sexually assaulted someone or raped someone or something. I don't know, but I thought he had gone like. I thought he had done something terrible.
Guys, I'm gonna try and
horrific.
add the Discord view for you guys on the stream.
Can they
Sorry.
not see us?
No, I'm fixing that as we speak though.
Okay.
But you can keep talking. I'm listening.
No, it's fine. You're busy. We'll let you be busy.
I can multitask.
I've muted it so no one could hear us except for your stream, I guess. But let's see.
Okay. And then I'll move it so I'm out of the way.
Once you get here, you can adjust.
Yeah, I'll move it so I'm out of the way once Quibbles comes in, guys. I'm talking to my chat now.
Oh, sure.
I will yeah, alright, I'm good. That's all set. I'm just gonna change it when Quibbles comes in, and then I'm gonna close the chat window, so I won't be able to see any of you. Please be nice to Quibbles and Wick and their chat. Our gracious host.
He says to give him a second. He'll be here in a second. He's on his way.
No worries. I mean, to be fair, technically he has a minute until the start time, but I'm not fussed.
I like to be on time. It's just good manners.
I don't technically believe that there is a thing called on time. You're either early or you're late, and there's no in between.
Fair enough. Well, speak of the devil.
Ah.
Okay, we all here? Okay. Bulls, once you get your camera on, we'll let her adjust her little screen, and then we'll get started. Quibbles, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but you got a lot of background stuff. I don't know what's going on there.
Give me like 15 seconds, and there will be less background stuff, hopefully.
Beautiful.
I have a plan. I have a plan, guys. Trust me. You can do this.
All right.
Okay, so the problem, Visora, is it Visora?
Visora. I got it. But
okay,
well,
it's not sure, but we're seeing like 3 wicks. Okay, there's 3 wicks right now. That's too many wicks.
There is too many. Yeah.
There can never be too many wicks. That's not true.
only
too
one
many
a meal is
memes.
allowed. It's like Highlander, okay? I lose my power. It gets
God damn it. All right.
distributed.
How about we just
Um,
fit to screen?
my face is going to be wonky for a second. Give me a second.
Put
Going
me there.
beautiful, gang. It's going beautiful already. I'm
terribly sorry.
right here
No,
for
but
it.
I'm ready. I'm so
Yeah,
ready.
me too.
I have so
too.
many notes.
It's
I'm
just...
prepared.
Oh, you have notes. Cool. I have some notes too.
I have notes. I'm ready.
I'm excited for this.
It's going to be good.
Once we get the tech working and everyone can actually see
think
each
that
other.
looks all right. I can barely see.
So it might work for your
Yeah,
stream.
I know. I can't turn that off though. I don't know how. Because I can either cover you.
That's fine. That's
Oh,
fine.
okay, cool.
They don't
I
need
can
to see
cover
me,
you.
right? As long as my chat can see you.
Yeah.
I don't care about anything else.
All right.
Cool?
Well then,
Cool.
if that
Okay.
is the case, then that makes things a whole lot easier.
Okay. Beautiful. I ain't getting followers by my looks, okay? It's my sweet honeyed words.
Oh, your
Precisely.
draws
honeyed
them in.
words, eh?
Okay. Indeed. My propaganda, if you will. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go live on my end. And
Easy.
once again, just to give you the rundown, I'm going to introduce the show. I'm going to introduce the topic. I'm going to say hi to my audience. Then we're going to start the show. Are you done with the background noise, Quibbles, so we can actually start this?
We're fantastic. It should be all good now.
Beautiful.
I sound okay?
I'm going. Yep. We're.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll adjust you as needed if we need to. Okay.
Awesome.
Ready? Cool.
Yep,
Awesome.
all
Let's
ready.
go. Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, we got a great show for you today. It should be fun. So, I guess to start, I'm just going to let Visora kind of introduce what she wants here.
Okay.
She talked to me in DMs earlier about wanting to do a show where she advocates that the government, through Medicare, Medicaid, some kind of socialist healthcare program, funds sex workers or compensates sex workers for their job, I guess, pays, like, subsidizes them. But I'm going to let her explain it. I'm going to let her go first. It should be an interesting topic. It's not something I've thought of a lot. Quibbles here very disagrees with this. So it should be a fun discussion. Visora, open us up. What are your thoughts?
Cool.
Sell this to us.
Well,
Go
first
ahead.
of all, nice to meet you, Quibbles, as well as hello to everybody in your guys' chats. So my thoughts on this are pretty simple. Sex work is, when we talk about it, when we use the word sex work, we should start by first talking about what kind of society do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a society where people are vulnerable to violence, where people are censored, where people are criminalized, or do we want to live in a society that values safety, dignity, public health? Honestly, like, for me, that it really just comes down to the moral decision of, this is just better for people. This increases public health. This increases public safety. This reduces violence. This reduces rape, assault, etc. But just some actual statistic examples. In Rhode Island, from 2004 to 2009, there was a 31% reduction in rapes following the decriminalization of indoors sex work, brothels, basically. This was 824 fewer rapes in that time period. At that same time, there was a 39% reduction in cases of gonorrhea. The public health aspect of it is not just physical, it goes into the mental as well, but the physical can't be ignored, because that 39% of gonorrhea isn't just in sex work. It's also in the people that, use them necessarily. In New Zealand, following the Prostitution Reform Act of 2003, this gave sex workers the ability to use law enforcement to report abusers, rapists, people that were stealing their wages without fear of repercussions. This also improved public safety. It increased public trust because there was significant decline in community complaints towards sex workers, especially street sex workers. Now, beyond that, there's also the idea that factoring in mental health on top of physical exponentially increases the benefits of something like this, because think about what mental health could mean. We're talking about isolation. We're talking about depression, suicidal people. We have a loneliness epidemic. We have men and women who are lonely, who don't socialize, who haven't felt intimacy with other human beings in a very long time. And this tends to result in violence. This results in, whether it's domestic violence, because this does also tie into domestic violence, but public terrorism, for example. People like Matt Berger, what was his name? The guy who did the bombing in Vegas. He had PTSD. He came, back from his deployment. He was still active military. The Trump Cybertruck bomber guy, can't remember his full name, but he was active military. He had PTSD. He talked to his girlfriend a week before this bombing, explaining how he felt, how lonely he was. They couldn't do anything about it because we don't teach men, especially young boys, that it's okay to be intimate. And like when you say young boys in the context of we're talking about sex work, that does ring a few alarm bells. But I would say they don't need to be specifically sex workers. You can say, oh, you have this very autistic child who can't touch anybody, can't have physical touch, can't hug their mom. So you can have a safe way of, bring them to a clinic, and there's a technically sex worker, but they're not having sex with the kid. It's sessions of, hey, well, let's hold hands for a little bit. It's teaching people to be physically intimate in both a sexual context, but both in just a regular social context, hugging your friends. I don't know, these things are normal to me, and maybe that's a cultural thing, because I am Turkish, but I grew up in America, and I've seen this. People, they're talking about right now that it's gay to have sex with your wife if it's not for procreation. That's where the headspace of some of the incel community is. And these people are depressed, they're isolated, they're mentally ill, and they could benefit from something like this. And that's where I'm going to leave it with that one.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. A lot of things we got brought up. I do want to focus specifically for the debate on the basically the government funded sex workers for Medicare, Medicaid, socialized healthcare. But all these things are worth touching on. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Quibbles. Okay. Quibbles is what, just before you go, right? Quibbles is one of the more eloquent speakers that I've had. And I reached out to him because I trust him and I trust him to do a good job here. So thank you, Quibbles, for being here. I do appreciate you.
I have
Quibbles,
seen some stuff.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So virtually all of what you just said was about the men's perspective, about the John's perspective, and about the impacts that it has on lonely men. So I think that there's sort of a couple of different questions that are part of this conversation. The first is the question of is sex a necessity for a healthy life? And beyond that, is it medically beneficial potential without being a necessity? That's one part of the question. There's another question which is sort of built into your framework, which is, must the government pay for everything that's necessary for a healthy life? There's another question which is sort of about the prostitute side. It's a question of is prostitution rape? Is being paid for access to your holes the only or the best option?
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit? I didn't hear that. Could you repeat your last point? Sorry.
Yeah. Is being paid for access to your holes the only and or best option strictly from the prostituted person's perspective, setting aside the impact on the man? And then there's a dual question, which is sort of, is it in the benefit of the man who is purchasing access to those holes, or in this case, having paid for by the government access to those holes, in the case of a person who is not actually interested in having sex with them? So those are sort of a bunch of different questions. I want to touch a little bit before
I just want to add one thing there, because it's not just state funded. I also think that private health insurance should cover this. I think that this should be included in all of healthcare, whether it's universal, Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah. So the question. So yes, there's a question of the governmental, but that's a different question. The question that I'm trying to set up there, which is a question of setting aside how it's paid for. Is it good for men to be having sex with women who don't want to have sex with them? Now, I also want to touch before we start on this idea of both the Vegas bomber and also this idea of the autistic child. So I take issue with the idea of the autistic child who is being taught by a therapist to be able to deal with intimacy and be able to hug their own mother is sexual. I think that there's a lot that is about, well, if I can finish, there's a lot about intimacy that I think is important and that we should be teaching people about, but I don't think that all intimacy is sexual intimacy. And I think that the most important intimacy is ultimately a non-sexual form of intimacy.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So I guess to start, right, and this will be just an open back and forth, right? Just feel free to just jump in whenever's. What are some of the potential benefits you see? Why, if someone is lonely, if there's a man who's lonely, right, who is feeling a lack of intimacy, why will sex work benefit that man? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I just want to respond to some of what Quibbles said, because it ties into why it benefits the man, because it's not just about the man here. You said that I most of what I said was just from the man's perspective, but all of this innately also benefits the women. The reduction in sexual assault, rape, 31% reduction, for example. The reduction in STIs by just the decriminalization, not even like adding it into that. All of this,
I just want to clarify, when you say it helps the women, do you mean the women whose holes are being purchased?
It helps
or do you mean the
everybody.
women whose holes are not being purchased?
It helps the entire community. This is a beneficial
So it
thing
helps
for everybody.
So hold on. Let's just okay. So you're saying that there are positive externalities associated with setting aside a certain subset of women to be chronically sexually violated
That is not
by
what I'm
people
saying.
that they don't actually want to have sex with.
That's not what I'm saying.
On behalf of other women?
So, no. First of all, let's take America for an example. The United States is a big country. We have various different laws. Let's take Rhode Island out of the picture, a state where sex work is entirely illegal. There are still sex workers that do this because they have no other option financially. First, just and foremost, the option to be able to do sex work is something that saves people's lives. It literally allows women to get out of abusive relationships, to escape danger. It is also not something that people only do because they have no other option. Some people like to just do sex work. Now, I'm not saying anyone should be, set aside and put into like a caste system. I don't want to create the escort class, but I do think that this is beneficial to an entire community if implemented in the correct way.
Okay.
There would need to be systems.
So I just want to separate out like the question of, is this good for the women who aren't having sex with the Johns that they don't want to have sex with? Hold on, let me frame the question.
You said separated
There's two questions here. One question is it good for upper middle class women who are not the ones who are in these positions, who are not actually having sex with these Johns who they don't want to have sex with? That's a separate question, though, than the question of, is it in the interest of the women themselves who are being chronically sexually used for the pleasure of people who don't care about their own pleasure?
I don't like the way that you're rhetoricizing that. It's chronically used. You're doing your job. It's just going to work.
Your job being, you are being sexually used by people who don't care about your sexual pleasure.
If you work in a factory, you're being physically used by people who don't care about your physical health.
I don't think
that's a silly argument.
I
think that's a silly argument to make because people enjoy having sex, and not necessarily that. Like, the sex workers don't necessarily not want to have sex with all of their jobs.
People enjoy. What do you mean by people enjoy having sex? What does that mean?
What I said. I'm not saying everyone enjoys all sex.
When you say people enjoy having sex,
I'm saying sex is a part of the human experience.
People enjoy no. There's a snug premise there. People enjoy having sex with people that they want to have sex with.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. People really don't enjoy having sex with people that they don't want to have sex with.
Yes, I know.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And guess what? If you have a regulated system, let me finish. If you have a regulated system, then you get to, I don't know, have a website where you can go pick which one you want. They can decline, first of all. Secondly, on top of this, if the sex worker doesn't want to go and have sex with that person, they won't. Someone else will. You know what makes people happy? You know what gives people joy other than sex? Money. Being able to pay rent, for example. Being able to afford food. Being able to feed your kids. Being able to travel, being able to live. These are important things.
Should I be able to pay? Should I be able to pay to use other people's bodies in any way that I want?
If they consent to it, yeah.
Literally any way
If
that I
they're
want
consenting to it, then yes. I'm a
So
libertarian
I
socialist.
want to. So okay, someone is desperately impoverished. They're living on the street, and I want to pay to shit in their mouth.
That is shitty of you to do, but I think they should be allowed to say, no, you can do it and take your money. I think the person whose mouth
Why
is
is it
being
shitty?
shat
Why is it shitty of me to do?
because you're in the position of power and you're abusing it. But this is a different context because
Wait,
we're not talking.
how am I abusing it?
Because you're the one that has the money and wants to shit in some poor person's
Right, but
mouth
it's not.
in this case.
It's not abusive. Okay.
No,
Let's
no,
set it.
hold on, hold the phone.
One
Wait,
at a
wait,
time, one at a
'cause
time.
it is.
Hold on,
It is.
both of you. Okay, you'll listen to me. Let's let Visora finish her framing of her position, and then you can respond to it. I have some questions
These are
too
two
because I
entirely
think.
different
Go ahead.
moral arguments that we're having. You're having the moral argument of whether it's oppressive of to the women to have this system, and I'm arguing that it is unoppressive if it's consensual and implemented correctly, and it would be oppressive to prevent it. Now, am I saying that this is a perfect system? Is it a silver bullet that solves everything? Fuck no. There's a lot of other issues that need to be worked on too. But I'm arguing here that just implementing this system would lead to a reduction in violence against all women, a reduction in...
You're doing that. It's not you're again bringing up this thing, which is not about the people who are actually involved in the sex act.
You asked
You're talking
me two
about
questions.
the
You
positive
said,
on
one,
society.
is this good for upper middle class women? Two, is this good for the women that are doing the sex work? Yes is the answer to both. And beyond that,
so your
yes
answer.
is the
Okay,
answer
so I'm
to
going to
both
separate them out
because-
though.
Can you
This
let me
question was
finish or
about the
not?
shitting in the mouth. I'm asking specifically.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, why am I a bad person for paying you to allow me to shit in your mouth? Why is that bad?
Because it's an entirely different moral framework. You
No,
don't.
why
need,
is it bad for me
Because
to do
you
that?
don't need to shit in someone's mouth.
I
Whereas
don't
the
need
people
to have sex with you.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of these men do because otherwise they go and do
Can I
mass
ask,
shootings.
if I
Take
may?
Elliot
Sure.
Rogers
Hold
for
on.
an example.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Just real quick,
Hold on.
no, hold on. Both of you, stop because now I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is sex, in your view, Visora, is sex necessary for a healthy life?
Absolutely.
Do you agree with that, or
part
I
of being
can't
human.
stop from killing people if I don't have sex. That's specifically the claim that you just made.
No, that's not the claim that I made. I said there are people who are isolated, depressed, and lonely that are radicalized, who get angry and blame women and then go kill people because of that.
Okay, Visora, I want specifically, will these people definitely go kill people unless they're able to use women's bodies when the women don't actually want to have sex with them and are only willing to do it if they are paid?
If they're being paid, they're consenting to it. It's not being...
Okay, if you're being paid to let me shit in your mouth, you're consenting to it. Why is it wrong?
Because there is a different moral framework between you wanting to shit in a poor person's mouth for fun and a healthcare system that may or may not prevent this guy from... Hold the fuck up. Let me fucking finish. Yeah. You want to prevent incels from doing mass shootings, but on top of this, you want to prevent these women from getting raped. You want to prevent women that aren't doing sex work from also getting raped. You want to prevent domestic violence. You want to prevent the spread of STDs.
You're just going on the same tirade.
Because you're ignoring every single actual point and bringing it to some random...
Hey, I love the energy, gang. I love the energy, but you gotta let her finish. You gotta let Quibbles. You can respond to it after. You gotta let her finish.
It's a very specific question that she's just obfuscating around. It's very frustrating.
Point that out when it's your turn.
Ask one more time.
You haven't.
What's the question again?
Okay, the question is very simple. No, what is the moral distinction between having sex with someone who doesn't want to have sex with me, but is willing to have sex with me if I pay them, and shitting in someone's mouth who doesn't want me to shit in their mouth, but is willing to have me shit in their mouth if I pay them?
Because
why is that
shitting
different?
in someone's mouth has no other repercussions on society or the community, whereas like you having sex with somebody if you're lonely and mentally ill does have benefits on society. That's why. It's because of the greater benefits.
There's no way that I'm mentally ill and have a gun and I'm like, listen, bud, I want to shit in people's mouths. And if I'm not allowed to shit in someone's mouth in the next 24 hours, I'm going to go kill people.
Do you think that's how this works?
That's never going to be a thing. That couldn't possibly conceptually happen.
Do you think that's how this works? Do you think that's how incels work? Do you think that's how Elliot
I
Rodgers...
think that conceptually could happen.
Take
I think
Elliot
what I've
Rodgers
just
for an
described...
example.
I think what I've just described is someone who is obviously mentally ill. I think I've described someone who is obviously evil. I think I've described someone who's obviously a horrible person and probably belongs in jail. I also think that I have described someone that could conceptually exist in society. Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if that person conceptually could exist in society, why is that person who could conceptually exist in society different than the person who could conceptually exist in a society who demands they have sex with women who don't want to have sex with them?
No one's demanding this, A. B, they're not different. They're both mentally ill. One benefits from this, one doesn't. That's the thing.
Wait, why do you benefit from it? Why don't I benefit from it when I want to shit in someone's mouth? I really like watching people be shat into.
You shitting in someone's mouth benefits you personally in this instance. It benefits the guy who's getting his mouth shat in because he gets paid personally, but it has no...
I don't think it's benefiting him.
Well, he's getting paid. He's benefiting under the system
that we have. Benefiting him.
No, obviously it's oppressive, and I think that it's bad, but I think he's getting something out of it regardless. It's not... You're not just using somebody non-consensually. They are agreeing. It's a different context, but... The real difference here is the greater social outcomes that come from this. You shitting in this guy's mouth isn't changing anything in society. It's not helping other people. Whereas the availability of a doctor to prescribe sex work...
Why are you getting in the way of... I don't understand what you're getting in the way of this.
I'm not really...
I want to shit in his mouth.
Go do it. Have fun.
I want to shit in his mouth, and he's willing to let me shit in his mouth.
Then do it.
And... Okay, so your answer is yes, I should do it.
Well, I'm saying it'd be
morally
wrong of you, but no, I'm saying it'd be
why is it morally wrong?
I've just explained that about 7 times because it only benefits you personally.
We are sure. Hold on, we're looping. We're looping.
Let me lay it out.
Oh my god!
Wait, can I lay it out? Can I lay it out?
Can you lay it out quickly? Then we gotta move on. We gotta address a different angle.
Uninterrupted.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. The problem is that in both the case of me using someone's holes in a way that they don't want to but are willing to accept in exchange for money because they're desperately impoverished or otherwise desperate for money, in the same way that I'm doing that and they're willing to accept it, they're also willing to accept it in the case that I want to shit in their mouth, right? But both cases are strictly about me. I do not care about, or in fact, at some level, I do care about, and I'm enjoying the misery that I am placing upon the person whose mouth I'm shitting into, or the person whose holes I'm violating, right? That is the purpose. And so, in both cases, I am morally wrong to do so, quite obviously.
If that's your moral cause, then yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Okay, so, but I'm asking, that's like, those seem to me to be one-to-one. So
Quibbles, can I ask you? I have a question for you, Quibbles. Quibbles, do you think everyone who engages with a sex worker is doing it because they want to, that they get off and enjoy the misery of the sex worker? Do you think that's...
I don't think that every single one of them gets off sexually to the misery
or enjoys it, or it's part of the experience.
But I think that they're all willing to accept the fact that they are fully aware that they cannot be aware of whether or not the person is comfortable in the environment.
Okay. Visora, this is a question for you, right? Do you think, right, if the health of men, right, if their mental health or whatever is reliant on regular or at least consistent access to sex, why stop at state-funded sex workers or having a medical professional? Why not simply have the state mandate that there are a certain amount, like each community, each town, each state has a certain amount of sex workers on hand to see to the needs of their populace?
Because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the needs of, like, the sexual needs of men are not reliant on sex, but what's happening is there is a movement of men who are angry at their lack of sex, and they are being extreme. They are being radicalized every day by people like Nick Fuentes, by people like Andrew Tate, teaching them to hate women using the idea of women withhold sex from you as a tool. Removing that tool will mentally benefit these men. It will help them feel less isolated, but also, this is an issue that also affects women. Women also feel isolated.
Wait, can we stop there?
No, we can't. I'm not done yet. This also affects women in both that women use sex workers as well. They also hire them, not at as high rates, but they do. And on top of this, again, there is the healthcare aspect that goes into this. All of these people are at risk of STIs, STDs, whatever you like to call them. And having a regulated system, A, reduces this. B, having the actual system of there is an insurance company that pays for this. There is Medicare that pays for this. There is a government body that makes sure that the system is functional and that people aren't being abused and exploited. All of these things go into this conversation. But you also have to understand that this has such greater implications outside of it. Look at Belgium. Look at the Netherlands. Look at Germany.
Wait, let's not...
The reduction in sex trafficking. Oh, Quibbles froze.
Oh, Quibbles, are you there? Quibbles, oh no! Quibbles, no! Oh, they
Whatever they want for purposes
here we
of sexual.
You cut out.
Yeah, you
Hold
cut
on,
out.
Quibbles,
You cut out.
You cut out. No one could hear what you said.
Yeah, we didn't hear what you said. But let me just
can you hear me
reiterate
again?
the last thing that I said. Yes, we can hear you again, which is
Okay,
a
cool.
reduction in sex trafficking. I don't want people to be abused. I don't think that any system that implements abuse is right. I think there should be ways, as you noted, sometimes the person does not want to have sex with the John. I think that there should be systems that make sure that that doesn't happen by force. But beyond that, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, so I apologize. I have to mess with something on my computer again. Okay, so my question to that is, should we give extremist groups whatever they want for sexual equality? So the obvious implication of that is like, there are men who are...
And you're frozen again.
Right? So should Belinda specifically, for purposes of equality, be made to have sex with these men because they demand to have sex with Belinda?
You froze again, but...
And now you're sideways.
Yes.
Yeah. Should, for purposes of equality, right? You can hear me again?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you again.
Okay. For purposes of equality, you claimed that there's this group of desperate men who are creating a movement because they want to have sex. So then my response to that is, should we make, in order to deal with that movement, in order to push back by giving what they want to that movement, should they, if they desire specifically to have sex with Belinda, be able to have access to Belinda's holes and Belinda's body in order to ensure that they're not becoming sexist against Belinda and the specific woman, right?
First of all, that's not how this works. They're not building a movement because they want to have sex. They're building a movement that just says women are lesser. I'm sure a lot of you can agree with this. Andrew Tate hates women. He's an open and avowed misogynist.
He's also a sex trafficker.
He's also a sex trafficker and a rapist. And, yeah, absolutely, yes. So these people have followings, and people, especially young people, look up to them, and then they see indications around their own lives with how adults deal with women, what they see on television, what they get in the media. The media has a large...
You're not answering my question.
I'm getting there.
Sorry. This is becoming frustrating that you're not actually answering
I'm literally answering your question.
I want you to answer the
sex
question.
With Belinda is your question, right?
Yes. So answer that part. Answer that question.
I'm not going to answer your question before getting to all the bullshit that you said before it. You narrativize. You
what
lay
bullshit?
out.
I said a very specific one-sentence question.
You said, A, equality is what I'm looking for, which is not. B, that there is men creating a movement
sex equality, gender equality is not what you're looking for?
That's not what this is about. That's not what this conversation has anything to do with, and I never mentioned the word.
You're not seeking gender equality.
I never once mentioned this word, and you're putting it in my mouth. Nor did I say...
I'm asking, are you in support of gender equality? Is that a goal of yours?
I'm in support of equity. I'm actually a gender abolitionist, really.
Equity.
I'm actually a gender abolitionist, but...
Gender equity, and you're at...
I don't believe in gender. I
You're
just
a
want
gender
people to have health care. I want people to not be raped. I want people to not have to get STDs because their husband went and cheated on them and then got an
so
STD.
Visora, I'm
I
asking
want
this-
people
okay,
to
so
not...
then back to the question. Back to the question. Do you believe that
It
because
depends
there's a group of...
contextually.
What do you mean
That's the
depends
answer.
contextually? The answer is no. If they want to have sex with Belinda, Belinda does not have an obligation to have sex with them.
No, obviously not. If Belinda says no, that's the context.
Okay, cool. So I'm asking why, in the case of Belinda, Belinda specifically doesn't want to have sex with them.
Yeah, so she doesn't have
Why?
to.
If she doesn't have to, are you comfortable having this subclass of women who are used, exploited, their bodies are put on sale for rent, rather,
By
not
choice,
sale.
yes.
Excuse me?
By choice, consensually, with systems in place to prevent abuse,
By
yes.
choice. Okay, so the claim is that it is by choice.
No,
so then
it's
in
by
similar
choice
way-
is a weird
okay,
way to put it,
cool.
because choice has
Okay,
other things
cool.
on top of it,
So,
economic reasoning.
I agree.
Just a little
agree.
bit of a
There's lot of
housekeeping thing.
economic-
Hold on, just a little bit of
I
housekeeping.
should have defined
thing,
choice
right?
better. I will.
I
will
understand.
give
Fair
that.
enough.
Cool.
But we have this weird thing on Discord where you are like 2 minutes behind on my Discord, but I see you doing fine on her Discord, and I don't know what's going on. Do you mind jumping out of the call and jumping back in? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
But
No worries.
just because this is wildly tripping me out.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, sorry
Oh,
about that.
oh.
Yeah, give her. I don't know why this is a thing, but Quibbles.
Hello.
Okay, you're back. Okay, we're
Ah,
back
cool,
into
back.
real time now. Okay, we're in normal time now. We are. Okay, I'm frustrated because this is going in circles, I feel, and I really want to get to the roots of the issue here. So I'm going to ask. I'm going to try to get us back a little bit on track here. When we talk about government,
Wait, can we talk about what consent means?
Hold on.
I want to talk about. Okay.
Hold on. Give me a second. Thank you. Okay. I want to talk about a couple things that have been brought up, right? The claim is that in order to have a healthy, mentally stable life, sex is beneficial to that, and thus there should be some sort of subsidy for people who lack sex to be able to get sex through Medicare, Medicaid, whatever social program you want to use,
Or private healthcare.
or private healthcare, right? That should be covered. The question to that. Your claim is that people like Andrew Tate are devaluing women, right? That women are more devalued with this. Do you not see how perhaps, possibly, by having a state kind of sponsored program like this, that would also devalue women?
No, I think in fact it would do the opposite. It would give women autonomy and an ability to proudly indicate by reducing stigma that they are a sex worker. It would reduce harassment that these people get. And on top of this, I don't necessarily think that it's just the devaluing of women that is the problem. Andrew Tate does devalue women, but that's not what causes the violence. That's just step by step in the radicalization of people who watch Andrew Tate. Having the ability to feel intimacy without fear will reduce people like his reach. Like people like Nick Fuentes' reach. Hate comes from insecurity, from lack.
I don't know.
of
They're
fear.
trying to paint
Okay.
all women as sex workers.
I know,
right?
they
That's
are.
their message, that all women are sex workers. So when you say that, hey, this specific group of
So having a
women
lower
are
class
kind of sex
and
workers,
that's a solution.
I don't.
Yeah.
I just
Okay.
Anyway, but give
Let's
it
talk about what. Okay. What is consent?
Consent is whether you agree to something or not. Whether
you agree to something.
Whether you want to do something and you say yes. Whether you agree to do something, really. It's not even about want. You can consent to something you
Okay.
don't
Whether
want to.
you agree to do something.
Yes.
Is your definition of consent. Okay. I have. We're on a spaceship right now. Okay.
Okay.
And I have captured all of the air. I've sucked it away. And unless I give you back air, you will literally suffocate and die. Okay. And I say, do X, Y, and Z. Right. Give me all of your money, or I won't give you back the air.
Okay.
Is that consent?
What you're
Oh no,
trying,
this is Coconut
no,
Island. Okay.
I know what you're trying to say here, and I understand that concept of it's not consent if there is what's the word I'm looking for?
Coercive?
Yeah,
Coercive
It's if it's
behavior,
coercive behavior, yes. And I think that that is coercive. I don't think that's consent. I don't think
Okay.
that applies to what I'm saying though. I think it
Okay,
could.
so
It
okay,
could.
cool. Okay, so whether you agree to do something, that's the entire definition of consent. Is just whether or not you agree to do something. And so in the case that I just described, it was
Freely.
coercive. So
Freely agree to do something.
unless coerced. Okay, unless coerced. Okay, cool. Casting couch
knowingly
behavior.
and freely, consenting. That's the better way to say
Knowingly and freely. Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, Quibbles.
Wait,
Actually.
wait. No, wait, stop.
Let him finish.
Stop.
Let Quibbles finish.
Let me finish. Okay. Okay. Casting couch behavior. What's your thoughts?
Casting couch behavior?
Yeah. You want a job? I have a penis. Suck my penis, you get the job.
If it's porn,
is that okay?
That makes sense.
No, it's not porn. I'm saying
well, no,
I am a movie director.
Of course
I'm a movie director. Why is it not okay?
Because it's coercive.
Wait, what? Okay, what if it's I'm a movie director. I'm willing to, make you the head actor in my next movie, but first you have to be a recurring role that's like a smaller, minor character with this movie in order to do it.
You're talking about
there's a power dynamic in what the second thing I described. I'm saying I have the ability to make you a lead, right? Mm-hmm. And so you don't want to be a lower paid extra or whatever in this first movie, but you're willing to be in this lower role for a period of time, and in exchange, down the road, I'll give you a better role and I'll give you this better position.
I think
right?
If someone consents to that, knowing all of knowing all of this, then that's fine. I don't think it's good morally.
Okay, casting couch behavior is totally fine.
I don't think those systems should need to exist.
Hold on.
But under our current context, I think that it is not the worst. Like, it is not immoral of the woman to make that decision, or a man.
Wait, hold up. I'm not accusing the woman of doing anything immoral. That's not fair.
I didn't say that.
I'm asking whether the man is doing something immoral. Is the man doing something immoral?
I mean, yes. But
why?
Well, because it's coercive. Again, we're doing this in circles.
It is coercive.
I don't think these systems should exist, but they do. And we are
hold on. No. Both of you stop, because this is an actual interesting point, but you're both gonna fuck this up. So let me try it for a little bit.
Please.
So in both scenarios there, right, where you have a man and he's like, I have a position available, and I'd love for you to be in this position, but you got to prove your worth. And so you got to go and you got to be a lesser actor for a while, star in lesser roles. Is that coercive?
You asking me?
Yes.
Of course.
Is that coercion?
No, not really.
Okay. So why is it coercive? Hold on, stop, Quibbles. So why is it coercive when I say, yeah, I have a position, I need you to fill it, but before you do that, I'm willing to let you fill it, but you got to suck my dick first. Why is that coercive and the second one isn't? Why is one coercive and one not? What's the difference fundamentally?
The difference is the consent. The difference is Sorry, could you repeat the first thing that you said? Because maybe I misheard. I might have misheard.
The first one is, okay, we have two scenarios. Okay? In one, I'm like, hello, lady. How are you doing? I have a position. I'm a famous director. I have a position. You know what? I'm going to make you a star. I'm going to make you an actress, right? But before you do that, I need you to go around the office, get some coffee, right? I need you to go and be a gopher for a while. I need you to intern a little bit. You gotta show me your chops, right? Mm-hmm. Is that coercive?
I mean, yes, but under the capitalist context, under our current system, under my ideological context, it's all coercive, but under our current system, no, it's not.
What is that coercive in any fundamentally different way than me saying, hey, I'm a famous director, lady, I like you, I think you got what it takes, but you know what? I need my dick sucked.
Yes.
I'm going to go on a killing spree.
Yes.
And so but what's the difference?
The difference there is
Tell me
safety.
the difference between
The difference there is safety. The difference there is the risk of violence. The difference there is the shame and the stigma. Because in the first case, the first question that you asked, you're walking around, you're getting coffee, you're doing regular office work, right? In the second case, you're doing something that is very much stigmatized, that people get harassed for, that people that do, like, in the position of power get outed for and be shamed for. But also the women constantly are
Do you think that a government-funded sex worker is going to be stigmatized?
No, I think that's to reduce stigma. I think that will reduce
So if we
stigma.
normalize the process of having people that I wanted to be in my movies suck my dick before I let them in my movies,
that's not how that
okay?
works, though, because the sex workers are for
Why not?
healthcare. It's not just legal. It's not just sex workers for everybody, free game chaos. You have to have a reason, like a therapist, a doctor. Somebody has to recommend you to the program. If it's through private health insurance, then sure, any GP can do it. But
wait, why is that specific?
Okay, no, but you said you want. Hold on. You said a couple times. You said a couple. Quibbles. You said a couple times that you want this to be available through private insurance, correct?
Yes. I do want that.
Okay, so any general practitioner could do it.
Exactly.
I could go to a doctor and say, you know what, doctor, I'm just feeling, I'm a little under the weather. I could really use a blowjob right now. Could you provide me with a sex worker,
and the doctor
right, or
should
maybe
say,
a coupon to give to my sex worker,
and the
right,
doctor
to suck my dick?
The doctor would have to find a valid reason that would have to be defined as. Are you suffering from mental illness? Are you depressed? Are you lonely? Are you isolated?
Why are you separating this out?
Hold on.
Because there are
hold on. How do you
regulations in
medically define loneliness?
Literally by just defining loneliness and then seeing if a person is like. So here's the issue that I think.
Probably ask
hold
you.
on.
Okay, I just clear myself.
Let me clarify something. Let me clarify something really quickly.
Free vagina?
Mental
let her
illness.
clarify. Go ahead.
Mental illness is when it's causing you problems. If you have depression and it's not causing you problems in that your life isn't changing, in that things that you need to do aren't being inhibited, then it's not considered a mental illness in the same way. You're not diagnosed
Who would not
in the same
qualify
way.
for this? Who would not qualify?
I'm not a psychologist. What do you mean who would not qualify? People who
Well, if you're going to advocate for a program,
okay,
right, where
you
people
would set
qualify,
up,
you should have a good idea of what
which
qualifies,
I do.
Right?
I know what qualifies, but you're asking me a specific one-to-one without any context here. You need to build a system in which there are implementations of why people should need this, why people can access this, how people can access this. And again, you guys are focusing far too much on the actual sex work, because that's not what I'm concerned more with, the after effects from it. But in this case, who gets to see the sex work? Let a doctor decide, and we would have experts with the DSM-4 or the DSM-5 rather, and psychologists.
So Visora, I'm curious. Why is it that a doctor has to decide in this case, but when it's a decision of work on my movie in a minor role before you're able to have a major role in my movie?
We're talking about healthcare. That's why we're talking about healthcare.
Right. So I'm asking, why is it separate from this other thing? Because presumably you'd be totally fine, even in healthcare, of being like, hey, before you can become a doctor, you have to have a period of time where you're going to be, I don't know what it's called, but like a doctor in training in a hospital, right? You're totally fine with that.
Residency, yeah.
You're totally fine with residencies,
yes,
right?
But adding sex into it in our current context changes things. Like, if we were
talking
about in a different context, I would agree with you. But in our modern society...
So I'm asking, set aside the healthcare for a second. Just in general, do you think that it's inappropriate for the director to be doing that, and why?
Yes, because it's we're going to jump right back to this. Look.
No, I'm asking, why is it coercion?
Because it is a system of power using money
to convince somebody. When she's working as the assistant camera operator.
Okay, yes,
right?
But it's not a...
Is it inappropriate to ask her to be the assistant camera operator for a while before I'm willing to greenlight her movie?
Bodily autonomy. It's not a risk of danger.
Oh,
it's not
bodily
a
autonomy.
risk.
Okay,
it's not a risk of danger. I'm still answering your question, because again, camera operator doesn't have the risk of you catching a disease. Camera operator doesn't have the risk of...
Let her finish. Go ahead.
Camera operator doesn't have the risk of you not doing a good enough job, so the guy just beating the shit out of you because he feels like it, which they do, by the way. Not everyone, obviously, but this is a thing that happens. It is a difference in danger.
Okay, there's a lot of dangerous jobs on set. So I want to become a lead in a role, and instead they're like, you can be the fall guy. right? You can be the guy who's
Why
paid
are we
to
talking
get
about
earned.
this? You're talking about jobs as in like upward mobility. I'm talking about we need people that have the ability. First of all,
I'm
again,
asking you,
no, hold on. No, you're going so far off topic
you're
that
just going another tirade.
you're going so far off topic.
It's a very specific
what I'm
question.
trying to talk about here is healthcare. Healthcare. I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to
I'm
talk about
asking
824
I'm
women
asking,
who didn't get raped
you
in
said,
Rhode Island because
you
they
said that it was
decriminalized sex work.
coercive. Visora, you said specifically
I don't
that
give a
it's
shit about your
coercive.
semantics. I want to talk
Can
about
I
facts.
please
I
talk
want
about,
to talk about
you don't
facts.
understand what I'm saying.
Numbers.
Visora,
Facts.
Visora, you don't understand what I'm saying, so be quiet for a second so I can explain what I'm saying.
Sure, go for it. Go for it. Yes, let the stupid woman listen.
You said that it was coercive because it is risky. There's risk associated with having sex with this director, and there's not risk associated with being the second assistant to the camera guy.
risk.
Sure. Genuinely be quiet
shush
for a
me.
second. I'm trying to explain.
Okay.
You're
you gotta calm down. I love the energy. Take it from 11 to 10. I'll let you finish Quibbles. I'll let you finish Quibbles.
I'm back to 10.
But take it from 11 down to an 8 right now. Okay.
I'm down at
Quibbles.
Me too. I'm going down to a 5.
Wick, I'm down at a 4, Wick. Okay. Here's my question, and I'm saying the question at level 4. Okay. It is risky on set of a movie, of a major film, to be the fall guy, to be the guy whose job is to be burned alive, right? Whose job is to fall off of a skyscraper. Okay? That's a risky job. Okay? Is it coercive to ask someone to be the fall guy before they're able to be a character in the conventional sense in your movie? Is that coercion?
Let me make this even broader for you so you fully understand. In my personal view, all of this is coercion because capitalism is coercion. That's my personal view. No, but and I'm gonna get more specific. In that specific case, it is a different kind of danger. It is a different feeling of danger. And on top of this, it is an existing system that people shouldn't have to go through. I do agree that there should be regulations on making that safer as well, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about preventing harm. That's all I want. I want to prevent harm. I want to prevent harm to the sex workers, to the people who use them, and to the entire community.
So I can see that.
Okay.
No, because I want to frame this before we go off on hypotheticals and things. Like, I want to separate. Like, this isn't a decriminalization debate. I just want to make this clear. We're not debating decriminalizing sex work. We're not debating legalizing sex work. What we're debating tonight is a very specific thing. It's state-funded sex work, right? It's giving a coupon or a subsidy or a rebate check or something, right? Where you give it to people under certain conditions. If their doctor needs it, you take that, you go to a sex worker. Do they have to be in system, right? Like, is there an in system here?
Let's bring this to Australia.
I actually don't agree with you. That's all we're talking about.
I also don't agree. That's all we're talking about. I'm with Quibbles on this as well. But
okay, so I want to explain. I want to explain from my view why we're not talking about that. If this was a conversation and I was arguing against someone who said Black people should be enslaved, I would take issue with 2 parts of that. One part of that I would take issue with is I think slavery is bad. And another part of the thing that I would take issue with is I don't think that Black people are inferior, right? Those are 2 separate parts of the same question. So built into the question that the claim that we should have state paid for prostitution is 1, that the government should pay for this thing, and also 2, that prostitution should be legalized, right? Yes. So those are both 2 different parts.
I was going to say there
so
absolutely has to be legalization here.
I think it's totally legitimate when she's making that claim to take issue with either or both of those claims.
I understand, but we've been taking issue with one part of the claim for a long time, and I want to for almost an hour, right? And I want to kind of
the entire conversation has been focused on the parts of this that
consent.
Well, yes, on consent, which is a specific contextual interpersonal decision that is up to people in their context. It's not a
no.
Yeah, well, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, I agree with you to an extent, but our entire system is coercive. So either we're not talking about getting rid of capitalism here. You need to.
Okay,
you're too broad here. Can we?
There's a difference in kind.
To harm? I want to talk about harm.
Okay.
Harm
Let's
reduction.
let's talk about like two different. Okay, it is not in my job description either. I don't know. I work at I work at Subway. Okay, here I work at Subway.
Do you?
Okay,
Really?
and here's my boss. My boss says, Quibbles, there's vomit on the floor. Clean the vomit off of the floor. Okay, that's one situation that they do. To be clear, not in my job description. Then another situation, they say, Quibbles, there's a penis in my pants. Suck the penis in my pants. Right? Are these different as categories, or are they just different as particular situations? Because I think they're categorically dissimilar.
I think that they're both coercion, just different levels of coercion.
No, not levels. Okay, so then let's do a different.
I don't think they're different categories. I think they're the same category. They're just different severity of coercion. But again,
okay, why is
missing
it more
the point.
severe?
Let's take this as something in reality. In Australia,
Wait,
up until
sorry.
this year, we had government-funded sex workers in this country. Do you want an example of reality? Because I want to talk about facts, not fear-mongering, not your feelings, not...
I don't think it's fear-mongering to say that it's different to ask for a blowjob. Demanding a blowjob from your employee is not the same as demanding that they clean up vomit off the floor. There's no one in the history of the world who enjoys cleaning up vomit off the floor. There's lots of people who enjoy sucking penises, right? It is a pastime for many a person, right? This is totally valid. However, it is different in kind.
Because one is a system of power being used over another, and one is
they're both power.
Well, they are both power in different ways. One is someone who is your boss. They can fire you. You can lose your job if you don't do it.
Yes, both of them.
No, not both of them, because the sex worker in this case can say, "No, I don't want to."
Sex worker. To be clear.
Hold on. Stop.
I am not talking about sex worker.
Stop. There is a real life situation I can bring into this. We don't need to go to fucking hypotheticals.
Same.
There's a woman who is paying her landlord, instead of paying her in money, he was paying her in sex. She offered it to him. He accepted, right? That's but fine. The problem with this is, as soon as she stops doing that, she doesn't have a place to stay anymore. Even in a state-sponsored system, as soon as they stop engaging in that, they no longer get the money they need to get the things that they need.
We're not
talking about that. The question is, if I may finish, the question is sex work a fundamentally different thing as a job than factory work or being in the military or being in all these other things? And I think that's the fundamental.
You asked me 3 questions. Can I please answer them, please? Because you asked me 3 questions. 1. Actually, you asked me 2. 1 is sex work a different kind of work fundamentally than factory work? No. You're selling your body for both. You are using your body to do labor for both. Now, in the second question, the first one rather that you asked, is it different, right? Was that the question? Is it different in the hypothetical of this person? Oh, sorry, it wasn't a hypothetical. This is a real thing. This person who's paying their landlord in sex, and if they stop having sex, they no longer get to keep their house. Is it different than state-funded sex work? And if they say, no, I don't want to see this client, do they lose their job? No, they don't lose their...
No, not they lose their job. If they want to stop, like they
can just get another job.
It becomes an issue where they can't stop, and they are stuck doing this, because if they stop doing this, I mean, what are they going to put on their resume, right?
Well, that...
they're just not going to be able to get a job. And we see this play out with OnlyFans workers not being able to be
Hold on, because that's a really big point right there that you just made.
If I may, stop.
Let me, where's my pen?
All right, like there's, we see this play out in real time, where we have former OnlyFans workers, former porn stars, former anyone who's done sex work, women primarily. I'm not saying this is right or good. I'm saying that this is what it is. They are passed over for jobs for teachers. They are unable to gain government jobs in a lot of cases. They suffer for this. It is something that is stigmatized, whether we like it or not. And so when we're asking the government to kind of almost... And you're going to take issue with my rhetoric here, but please forgive me, to kind of like trap these women in these things in getting them addicted to the government check, right? I don't know. I think that's fundamentally different than getting them a job at a factory. I think there's fundamental differences here, but go ahead, respond.
Me or Quibbles? Sorry. Okay, cool.
No,
so
you,
first,
the one with
You.
thank you.
Yeah.
You looked over at Quibbles on my screen, so I was confused. So first of all, the first point that you made was like OnlyFans stars and sex workers can't put this on their resume afterward, right? That's part of the stigma. If this is now a government job because it is state funded, there is a program, there would be in the case of state funding, there would be a department that handles this. It would be the Department of Health and Human Services most likely, but there would be some role that you can name it something different than just escort. You would be able to put this on a resume because this would be a job that is a real job in people's minds. Right now, when we think about sex work, we don't consider it as real labor. We consider it as fake labor. We consider it as people... Hold on, someone's knocking on my door. 1 second. I'm so sorry, guys. Just real quickly.
Anyways.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll pontificate a little while she's gone. Okay, gang. Now that I've captured your audience. Yeah, it's just, this is like,
Sorry about
we
that.
talk
I got
about
a
the
delivery.
Norwegian...
1 second. Okay. So on top of this, beyond just the ability for these people to get a different job when they feel like it, there is this idea that, like, the misogyny inherent in the view of sex work as a negative thing, as not a real job, going into the government traps them with these checks, that entire concept is the thought process I'm trying to change here. There is no trapping. It's a job. You can say, hey, I don't want to do this job anymore, and then get a different job. On top of this, it is not only the ability to validate this job, to be able to put it on a resume, because it is now part of the government. It's a social program. We're paying for it with our tax money in that case, or with your private health insurance. It becomes more normalized. There is a difference in being trapped in currently being a sex worker, being stuck on the street, having to do sex work because there is no other job you can do at the moment, because a lot of these people don't have other options. But on
Wait,
let me finish. I was just like 2 words away from finishing. It's like 3 words away from finishing.
Finish.
Yeah, go for it.
Quibbles.
I lost where I was.
Visora, go.
I lost where I was. I lost where I was. Jesus Christ. Okay. The fact that these people are currently stuck in their jobs because of the risk of A, starving to death, but B, traffickers currently control these industries. There is a black market that is on top of all this. There's a black market that buys and sells these people. There are black markets that run brothels. They are currently trapped in these jobs. Making this a thing that is part of healthcare would allow them to leave if they don't want to be part of those jobs.
Okay, I have
No.
Wait,
and I'll let you go after. I'll let you go after. Please, for the love of God.
Good Lord!
Do you think
You're the moderator, dude.
You've been on my show several times before. You know how I do this.
Aye.
Right? Here's the deal, and this is to you, Visora. Do you think it's good for women overall, that it's not normal for a person to go into a woman's stream and say, "Hey, do you have your own OnlyFans? Where's your OnlyFans?" Do you think that's good for women? Do you think that's helped women? Do you think this normalization has made women feel better? Has it made women more likely to be streamers? Has it had any negative repercussions? This normalization of OnlyFans and asking women for their OnlyFans, has that had any negative repercussions on women who are content creators? What do you think?
Well, first of all, while this is happening, there is also that push of all women are sex workers, all women are OnlyFans models, and they have no value. So you like outside of, we're not in a vacuum to be able to answer that question. There are outside factors that are all combining together here to have this effect. The issue that I'm trying to explain to you guys is that this is not just an interpersonal thing. This affects a community.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's follow up with that then. Okay, is a society like I don't know, Afghanistan, for example, in which women wear clothes that cover every inch of their skin, but men don't? Is that more or less equal, all things being the same societally, other than that one fact, than a society in which that is not the case?
With all things being the same, I mean, like the reason that they dress like
everything
that is
else
because they have no control over their body. It's their own.
So, but I'm saying I'm saying setting aside everything else to do with society, just that one simple fact, does that have any impact on your view? That's like the only thing you know about a society, that in one society, women basically wear approximately as much clothes as the rest of as the men do, and in one they don't show any skin.
If that's all I know of this society, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that, like, if
I'm asking, which one do you think is likely to be the more equal society?
I wouldn't have a judgment on that until I knew more about it.
Okay, let's do a different one. All you know about a society is that in this society, Black people consistently bleach their skin to look whiter, and another one, they don't consistently bleach their skin to look whiter. All things equal, which one do you think it more likely has more of a racial justice issue?
The first one would give me a red flag, but I still wouldn't make a judgment until knowing more about a society. Now let me ask you a question.
But there's a red. Okay.
Now let me ask you a
there's
question.
a red. Wait. I just want to. Okay, fine.
No, go on.
Okay. There's a racial issue there because they're trying to change the bodies of Black people in order to make the Black bodies less notably Black. And there's also an issue, presumably, if like Jews are getting nose jobs in order to look less Jewish. And there's also probably an issue, all of those, there's an issue when women's bodies are being made to look less female by hiding all of their skin. Now, the second question is, what about a society in which we demand that Jews wear stars so they can be more clearly identified as Jews?
Where does the demand come from? Like, where does this come from? Why are we talking about demand?
There's a social pressure such that, like, all you know about the society is that Jews wear stars. Which one is more likely to be the one that has a Jew issue? An anti-Semitism problem.
We're so fucking off topic, guys. Like,
the reason that I'm asking this is that I think also, if all you know about a society is that in one society, women's bodies are being bought en masse by men, and there's another society in which women's bodies are not being bought en masse by men, the one where women's bodies are not being bought en masse by men is probably less sexist.
What I'm trying to say here is when we care for everybody in a society, we create, like, men and women, both, we create a safer society. When we, like, criminalize sex work, generally, this just creates a black market. Just outside of all the other contexts. You make something illegal, a black market exists. Yes? Like, we ban alcohol, and then we have black
market. Depends on the thing, and it also doesn't mean just because there's a black market. There's a black market for child porn, but I think that child porn should stay illegal.
Yes, I do too.
Right?
The point that I'm making is a black market is more harmful in a lot of these cases than it would be with
sometimes black markets are more.
Sometimes
black markets are. Yes, so sometimes black markets are the least bad option. Sometimes black markets are something that we should be trying to get rid of as best we can. But we should acknowledge that so far we have not figured out a way to get rid of all slavery. We haven't figured out a way to get rid of all child pornography. We haven't gotten rid of all rape. But we should try to ensure that rape is definitely something that stays illegal.
So
right?
If we have a system that has been proven to reduce rape by 31% over the span of, what was it, 2004 to 2009. You keep making that
statistic. Can I ask a question on this statistic? Hold on, I think this statistic's important.
Yeah.
No, I understand. But, like, if, for example, if I legalize murder, I would think that murder as a criminal act would probably go down, correct? Like, there'd be less reporting of murder because it's not illegal, right?
Also, reports are not the same thing as actions of it.
There's more rapes than are reported generally, yes? We can agree on this. More people get raped than the people that report, yeah. The amount of people who reported their rapes went down because there's systems that were implemented. Again, in Rhode Island specifically, what we're talking about, this 2004 to 2009 period, was indoor sex work, which requires a building, a manager, someone who does the finances. There is a taxpayer system. It's an institutional system that
you're just describing pimps. Yes, there are pimps. We are aware that there are pimps. Yes.
Yeah. Well, this is a pimp that gets paid by the government. This is a pimp that has to report to the police.
Okay.
But let me fucking finish. Yeah. Especially because not only in America but also in New Zealand, when this happened, when they passed the Prostitution Reform Act, it increases the ability for sex workers to go to law enforcement, right? They go to law enforcement more so they can report more. But on top of this, it
Visora,
also reduces the reasoning for the people who would normally do violence to do violence, because now they can just complain to the manager instead.
Okay,
Again, not to say that is 100% of what's happening, but all of these things play together. Are you going to let me finish at all, or are you just going to talk over me every single time that I'm like close to finishing a sentence? Like, I'm literally.
You just continue on and on and on, and then admittedly, Wick also will then interrupt, and then eventually he'll get bored, and then
I'll keep interrupting. I'll keep interrupting because it's my goddamn show, Quibbles. So stop. Let it finish.
I love you. I love you. Infuriate me. Okay.
Now, again, do we want to save people's lives? Do we want to reduce rape? Do we want
every time you do it, she's just gonna start over. Quibbles. Every time you do it, she's just gonna start over.
Do we want to reduce these things? Do we want to reduce mass shootings? Do we want to reduce loneliness?
Stop! You're just going on the same tirade that you've said.
Because you're ignoring every single actual point that I'm trying to make.
Okay. I'm not.
You're trying to.
Not. What you just said is really important, and I agree with much of it, actually. The issue is that it does nothing to do with what my actual view is on prostitution. The view of the vast majority of progressives.
Please explain.
Let me explain without interrupting. Thank you. Okay. The view by the overwhelming majority of progressives has been for well in excess of a decade that we believe and always have believed that it should be legalized from the perspective of the prostituted person, but it should remain illegal for the John. So the John can go to jail for what the John is doing, but no one should be prosecuting the women who have been prostituted. That has been the view of literally every single progressive on this topic for a decade.
I don't think either should be prosecuted.
Progressive, actually.
I don't think either should be prosecuted.
Okay.
Unless,
everything you just said about the impact that it has on the prostituted person, right? The woman, most likely, who has been prostituted, who has been raped, who has been abused in any number of ways, whose money has been stolen by a pimp. All of these things are horrible, and she should be able to get justice on that. And so she should absolutely be able to go to the police.
If a crime was committed,
and whether or not that John should be able to say, hey, she took my money and then I wasn't allowed to fuck her holes against her will. That's bullshit. And I'm furious and blah, 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 blah. No, I have no sympathy for the John. I have no sympathy for him. He has no right to access her holes. She absolutely has a right to have justice. And if she's raped, then the government should care about it. Of course.
I agree with you on all of this, except for the fact that both should have, I don't think there should be a protection from prosecution if she commits a crime, if she stabs him. That's the thing.
Of course, if she stabs him, obviously.
That's what I'm saying. There should be no prosecution unless a crime is committed. Unless a crime is committed.
Stabbing to stay illegal.
Unless it was just the one crime the first one I thought of. Unless a crime is committed, it should stay.
Yes. So which crime? Because stabbing, as an example, is something that already is illegal.
Rape
you need to
is
change
a crime,
the law
right?
in order to make. Yes, I agree. But the issue. Okay, rape is a crime, but the current way that the law is designed, such that prostitution, being prostituted, is also illegal. The fact that being prostituted is also illegal has the result of making it so that if you are raped as a prostitute, you cannot go forward to the police. Yes. So that is a problem. And therefore, to be prostituted should not be a crime. However, to sexually violate people who don't want to have sex with you and are only willing to do so because you have paid for access to their holes should stay illegal.
You're conflating trafficking with prostitution here, because you said prostituted. I don't think that trafficking...
Yes, prostituted person.
Yes, trafficking...
A person who is being prostituted.
An escort, a individual person who wants to engage in sex work, and sex trafficking are not the same things. But yes, I agree.
I didn't say sex trafficking.
Well, so that's
I said prostituted person.
I think that sounded like you were conflating the two to me. Prostituted person sounds like somebody is making them do it. Does it not?
Hold on. Because you guys are talking past each other. The reason I interrupt so much is because you're having two different conversations. You're not connecting. You're not. None of you. And it's frustrating. It's infuriating almost. I'm about to. Okay. Anyway, Quibbles.
It's a simple clarification.
Quibbles. Stop. Let me ask you a question. Stop. Let me ask you a question. You won't even allow. I have a question for you. You can answer that. You can talk after I ask you this question. Cool?
Rick, I'm
cool.
Curious.
Great. Wonderful.
I'm curious.
Quibbles, do you think that everyone every single woman who engages in a form of sex work does so against their will.
I think that all sexual acts that need to be paid for, by definition, the man is not able to get a consenting woman to do that sexual act without paying her to do so. And so therefore, it is by definition always bottom of the barrel sex. It is always going to be the sex that is more selfish. It is always going to be the sex that is with men who would otherwise not be able to get a partner. It is always going to be the sex that is more violatory to her than she otherwise would be able to provide to herself, or that he would otherwise be able to get.
Does this include things like cam work or e-sex or something like messages and things like that?
I don't think that
if I was a woman and I wanted to have a campsite, okay, and I was like, you know what, I like showing off my body. I love it. It makes me feel empowered. It makes me feel good.
Look, this is a debate about prostitution.
It's great. I get a little. Let me finish my hypothetical. I get a little titillated because I like it, right? I enjoy it, and you know what? I can make some money off of it. Sweet deal, right?
You're asking about OnlyFans and Pornhub, and this is not a conversation about OnlyFans and Pornhub. It's a conversation about prostitution.
Sex workers. Sex workers.
No,
so what is the government?
Sex workers. But
no, you stop.
The government should ensure.
If the government said you're feeling lonely,
everyone already has access to free porn.
Here is a coupon to go to a cam girl. Would you be okay with that? Not to a street worker or something like that. Not to anywhere where any physical touch is done, but simply to a cam girl.
Okay. One, that's not the conversation we're having. We're having a conversation about access to people's holes. It is not about access to Pornhub. Okay.
Really
people are able to.
That way.
If you are an adult, you are allowed to watch porn. I am chill with the fact that if you are an adult, you are allowed to watch porn. That's okay. I'm okay with that as a society. Right? That's very different than specifically, should the government give you Twitch bits so that you can give your Twitch bits to the OnlyFans one so they go with their tata.
This is the thing I do on my channel. This is the thing I do on my channel, and I'll remind my channel, right? If you super chat me $50, I will take it off. And I've done it before. I will do it again. Is that me? Like, is that violating me in any way?
I don't think that porn is the same as having someone intimately violate your holes. But if you're asking me whether or not I think that porn is something that is broadly good for society, I don't think it's great for society, but I certainly don't put it even remotely on the same level as someone violating your holes intimately.
Okay.
I understand.
May I respond?
Go ahead, Visora.
Okay. So,
please do.
First of all, education is a good point here, because you said something along the lines of, what was it? The people who need help, the people who can't get sex with a woman naturally, like the men who can't just go and riz a chick who wants to fuck him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason for this is because they're not taught how to interact with women. They're taught literally to hate women and to ignore women and to demean women. They're taught things that make them unattractive to women. Look at South Korea. Look at Japan. The men are so unfuckable that those countries are dying. And so what I'm saying here is this will help educate.
The solution is that South Korea needs more.
No, let her finish. Let her finish. Please, Mike, for the love of God, let her finish.
Like 4 points, right? Secondly, on top of this, you keep talking about sex workers as if they're being abused, whereas in a context of this is part of a system that is helping the community, I see them more like nurses. They're there for a job. Their job is to help people. Their job is to help the community. Now, is it fun? Not necessarily. Is it fun for a nurse to wipe some guy's ass? No. But again, let me bring it to a real example. A real example. In Australia, up until a year ago, we had government-funded sex workers for specific reasons. It wasn't for mental health here. It was for physical health. But take an instance of a guy who breaks his arms and his legs and has an erection for 4 hours. You need some help with that. If you don't do something about it, that physically harms you, does it not? Does the blood just staying there not start to rot your penis in this instance? People do physically have needs for these. Now, are they rare? Yes, sure. But bringing this into the idea of the United States, where, by the way, not everyone is allowed to watch porn, like you said, Quibbles. It's banned in 18 states. But on top of this...
No, it's not true! You're lying!
Wait, it kind of is,
It's not banned in 18 states? It's banned for minors in 18 states, which it should be. That's very different than
You
banned
can't get
for adults.
Pornhub statistics from 18 states. They're saying banned for minors
No,
now.
Pornhub specifically.
This is,
no.
hold on,
Pornhub
this is a
now-
different debate. SCOTUS
Sorry,
heard,
you're lying.
SCOTUS,
Pornhub-
the Supreme Court of the United States
I'll take
It's a
that
lie.
back. Let me take
This
that
is a
back
lie.
because I don't. I'll take that back because I don't know the
It's a
recent
different
SCOTUS
debate,
decision.
different debate,
Because
different
you said
debate.
SCOTUS, you said SCOTUS, and I didn't like SCOTUS hadn't said anything prior to this that I'd
just
seen.
clarify
No,
what-
they heard arguments today. They haven't
okay.
ruled
So,
on it. But
Pornhub-
SCOTUS heard
Pornhub
arguments
is
today on the
specific-
Texas law. I listened to them. There's interesting arguments, but it's a different
Cool.
debate. I just want to acknowledge, though, that one of the quotes that we're going to use for tonight is Visora said that Japanese men are so unfuckable, but the country is dying. That was a direct quote.
Okay.
It is a direct quote. I
Okay.
actually have a clip of that. But,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Pornhub making a decision as a private company not to be in certain states because Pornhub doesn't like that there is a law that says, hey, children aren't allowed
did you literally
to
not just
watch
say we're not
porn?
talking about this? Wick,
I
you...
did. I don't know why you decided to keep.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't
She
hear that.
retracted
That's my
it.
bad. Okay.
She
yeah, continue.
retracted it. We're keep going.
I apologize.
right?
I didn't hear the retraction.
Yeah,
Go for
my
it.
bad.
Continue.
Because you're not listening to me, but fair enough.
Look,
Wick, you
again,
infuriate me. I love you. You
Good.
infuriate me.
You should be mad.
look, the
Go ahead.
actual point that I have here is that if you do this in a regulated, rational way with experts who give advice, with doctors who have reasoning, with a actual, like, we have the DSM, do we not? The Diagnostic and Statistic Manual. Can we not use that to qualify for who could benefit from something like this? Who could benefit from different levels of something like this? Maybe you're a 50-year-old man and your wife has been dead for 5 years and you're too depressed to go outside. Not even for sex, you just want a hug. You just want someone to come and converse with you. This program, the same exact program, could be a part of this. I would argue it actually should be a part of this. I think that it should be not just sex work, but an overall mental health care program that includes intimacy, because intimacy and sex are not the same thing.
Okay.
But
Can we take this?
Before
okay,
anyone
let's-
goes on,
You've
I
already
gotta read my
said- you've
super
made, like,
chats.
4
I
points.
have to make money from this because, look, do
Go
you guys
for
think I would talk to you guys for free? What are you
Yeah, okay.
I
talking
would.
about, right? I gotta be paid for this shit.
Wick,
Let me
Wick,
go
just,
through it.
Just make your money. Make your money.
$2 from Zephyr Hash to say, hi, Wick, did Quibbles read my manifesto? $2 more from the same individual. Looks like Visora read it too. W's all around. $2 from another new account. Guy needs to stop interrupting all the time. $2 from Kid. Why are we mixing coercion and persuasion? $5 from another new account. Wick. It's immoral because it's outside the scope of their job without advance notice. It's not what they signed up for. $5 from Trib1. One view. Babysit my children for free if you don't want to, and you'll get the job. Almost like one view. Sleep with me if you don't want to, and you have the job. $5 from another new account. Yes, your job is to clean up the store, including vomit when necessary. Now go make me a sandwich. $5 from Trib1. The answer to the government paying for sex work is no, with the caveat that if there's a necessary reason for a sex work service, then I'd be for government funding it. $2 from Fates. Wait, what one of you support government issue sex stamps? That would be Visora. Okay, that's my money. Thank you for the money. Keep giving me
Okay.
money. And again, if you give me $50, we make this a lot more spicy. Okay.
Okay. Wick has accomplished capitalism. Congratulations. Golf clap for Wick for accomplishing capitalism. I adore you. Okay. Back to the broader claim. You said that men with long boners must be fucked.
that's
Right?
No,
That's what you said?
That's not what I said.
If they're in the hospital for a long period of time and they have long boners, they must be fucked.
I said if a guy's arms and legs are broken and he has
Yeah.
an erection that is not going away, that is a medical problem. And that we in
I agree.
Australia
It's
have
a
a
medical
system
problem.
that includes what I'm
Okay.
talking about to fix it.
Okay, so the medical problem of he has a long boner, as in not like long, but like it takes a while,
Okay,
right?
yeah, go
The
for it.
long boner,
Funny rhetoric.
the solution I can conclude to the long boner is give this man a pocket pussy, right? Give this man a machine in the same way that when you're at a sperm bank, you get a machine that will masturbate for you if you don't feel like masturbating yourself, right? Give this man a pocket pussy and have at it, Hoss.
See, now
Play
you're
with the
just talking
machine.
about machines taking away humans' jobs here. No, that's
You
a
don't
that's a
need
joke.
a human beings. You don't need a human being's holes to be violated in order to get the physical mechanisms of like changing the human body in order to achieve orgasm. There are situations where achieving orgasm is medically necessary. There are not situations where it is medically necessary for me to violate people's holes. That's not true.
Okay, so first of all, you're partially correct here. But I will say, like, again, this system shouldn't need to exist. We're talking about the context that we live in, the material conditions in which we exist, and how we engage with them. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about, yes, some of those machines exist. I've never even heard of one until you said it, but I looked.
You never heard of pocket pussy?
No, I heard of pocket pussies. I just didn't like real.
I didn't know about the masturbation machines either. To be clear, I had no idea.
I didn't hear about I didn't know about the sperm bank masturbation machines. Okay.
Okay. Well,
an autonomous thing, an autonomous machine that does this for you, that you don't need hands or legs for.
Automation is crazy. Wait till AI gets access to this shit, and they can be like, "Oh yeah, baby, oh yeah," while they're going at it.
See, what I'm trying to get across here, this is death of society shit.
Okay, I was immaculately conceived like Jesus because my dad masturbated into a cup, and then I was made into a little in a cup, and then it was inserted into my mother, and then I became a person.
Cool.
Okay, so like Jesus, I was immaculately conceived. Similarly, this is a situation. This already exists. There's already a solution to this. Lots of men give sperm either because they're trying to in vitro conceive with their spouse, or because they're giving sperm to a sperm bank. And this happens all the time. It is regularly part of a medical situation.
I agree. That's not the problem.
Okay.
I'm saying we need to expand that system to include mental health, because that will reduce violence.
So I said, if your argument reduces back to, I think that the government should give men pocket pussies, and if you're a fan of Nick Fuentes, all Nick Fuentes fans need to have a pocket pussy right now.
That doesn't
if that's your argument, it has to be paid for by the government.
That doesn't
work.
Okay,
why not?
Because the entire point isn't the sex. It's teaching them how to interact socially with women, how to feel comfortable around women, how to not hate women, and the fact that
So it's only a matter of mental health. There's no physical health issues, because all physical health issues that you might be talking about
it is depending on the context.
Dealt with elsewhere.
They don't need to be separate.
Okay.
It's depending on
I'm
context.
saying all physical ailments that you're describing can be dealt with in this other way.
Okay.
So you're only talking exclusively about mental issues.
Sure. Not everywhere has access to these things, though. Like, machines are fucking expensive. No, not pocket pussies. Not pocket pussies. Quibbles.
Go on Amazon.
Quibbles, please listen to me. It's not the pocket
pussy. It costs like $40.
I'm talking about automated that you don't need hands for.
Yes, you can get a pocket pussy.
And how do you put it on there without hands?
No. Okay.
Look, we're getting off topic. We're getting off topic again.
Okay, I'm not going to. Hold on. I don't care. I don't care how it's operated. I'm not.
You absolutely could do it. It is 100% doable with a pocket pussy and a clamp.
I don't want to. Oh God, this is not where I want this to go.
You know what? Sure. You know what? No, hold on.
I have a question, please.
Let's just drop physical. Okay, wait. Wick show. Let him talk. Let Wick talk.
So we're only talking about mental issues. We're not talking about physical issues. There's no physical situation where this is necessary.
I disagree, but go on, Wick. Go on.
How do you disagree?
Go on, Wick.
It costs $60. It costs $60 to walk into a hospital.
Can you describe to me, and don't be lured or anything, right? But how
I would never dream of being lured. I would never do that.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Visora. Okay. Now you're distracting me. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So your claim is that intimacy, right? To teach intimacy, one of the things that you said was providing this will help men learn how to interact with women, will help them learn how to be intimate or experience intimacy if they normally can't, etc. Do you honestly think, and do you honestly think that sex work is going to teach a man how to interact with women?
There's more to it than
Do we want that to be a thing?
There's ways to go about it, because it's not just about sex. It's not even just about intimacy. It's the fact that the population that this would be targeted to are lonely, they're depressed, they commit suicide at higher rates, and a lot of their reasoning that they publicly put out is because they feel like they are excluded from society, that they're alienated from women. It's not just about the intimacy, it's not just about the sex, it's about being able to be in the presence of them. It is making them feel like they're human, they're normal, that they're not an outcast, that they're not insane, and that they deserve to live, that they deserve love and affection.
Sure. I would pause it. I would hold on, Quibbles, please let me finish. I would posit though that this program will not fix that problem. As a man, if I am told that yes, sure, you can be intimate, right, with a woman, but you have to pay for it, unlike, everyone else. That's going to make me feel worse.
Please let me respond before Quibbles jumps on. Please let me respond. Because the point here isn't that this is not a silver bullet, and no, it will not entirely fix that, but it will do more good than harm. It will reduce rape, it will reduce sex trafficking, it will reduce STDs, it will increase the ability for the people who engage in the sex work to be able to go to law enforcement. It'll increase their ability to feel safe at work and their choice in what they do at work.
I think decriminalization would do that. I don't think this would. And I think that the negative externalities, and let me explain why. The negative externalities of what we can see, what I fear will happen, and what I think that there's evidence for that will happen, is much less in the case where normal women who don't engage in sex work are now having to shoulder the burden with it being normalized for men to come up to them and say, hey, do you have an OnlyFans, right? And sexualizing them in a very specific way that has become normalized. I fear that the same thing will happen with women outside of these spaces when it becomes normalized and okay for you to go up a woman and says how much for a quickie.
Do you want to know how long sex lasts on average?
That would probably make a lot of women uncomfortable, and it would probably make it harder for them to exist in normal spaces in a normal way. But because the government has put its seal of approval on this, it wouldn't be out of. It would become a social norm for it to be done. But I think it would make a lot of women uncomfortable, and it would have negative externalities on there, and it wouldn't actually solve the problem that you're seeing.
Do you recognize that this would depend on how it was implemented? Like how the government goes about doing this? That it would depend, like if they fucked it up, obviously worse outcomes, yes? Can we agree on that? Just the basic simple.
Do you trust the government not to fuck it up?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Then why would we advocate for it in the current climate? We don't exist in a vacuum.
I know,
right? We don't exist in a vacuum. So in the current climate, we have Trump in charge of the presidency. I don't want this anywhere near the government because they will fuck it up.
Because it's not the government that I'm worried about. They'll fuck it up for the people doing the job, but it's already worse for them. They'll still have an increase in their standard of living, in their standard of work. The point that I'm making, why do I think that this will not make it worse for women? Do you know how long sex lasts on average? The actual average globally is 5.4 minutes. If you are with a sex worker for an hour, which is this, it's 5.
Rookie numbers.
That's the average for the globe.
You gotta get those down.
It is absolutely rookie numbers, but like still.
You gotta speed that up, my friends. Yeah,
speed that up? Are you kidding me?
It take no more than a minute. No more than a minute.
That's sad. And we're talking about what's bad for women. Okay,
yeah,
no, but
continue.
If you have an hour with a person, let's say, which generally, you go to therapy with a psychologist, that's about an hour, maybe 45, maybe 48 minutes, length of a TV episode. If you spend 5 minutes of that having sex, what are you doing for the rest of that? You're talking. And these people who are sex workers in this case, well, I would imagine everyone that I know.
I've never been to a sex worker, I can't tell you.
I have. And also I know other people who have. We hung out and chatted for
fair enough,
several hours because she stayed afterward. But that's not the point. The point here is that there is a time period of empty space. These are sex workers who are, again, in my view, I don't want them to just be sex workers. I want them to function more like social workers, like therapists. I want them to get training for...
Why can't we just get therapists?
We should also have more of those. I think that we should do that.
No, I'm asking, why is this better than just therapy?
Because therapy doesn't generate, touching in therapy is seen as negative because you need to feel entire when you go to therapy.
Why
you
is
wanna
it? Why
feel-
is it
No,
negative?
let me.
There's a reason. This is a good point. But why is it negative?
I studied
Yeah.
psychology. It's negative because when you go to a therapist's office, you build a rapport with this therapist based on the fact that they are a professional who's there to give you advice, and they are not impacted by your life, and they are not included in your life. They don't touch you. They don't hug you most of the time. Yeah, you can if you build like a nice rapport and you're with your therapist for a long time, but there is a disconnection between yourself and the therapist. And that disconnection.
There's a good reason for that, right?
There is
is there utility for that?
Yes, there is the utility for that. There is good reason.
Do you not
for
think
it.
that
So
there's
what
a
is the
good
utility?
idea to keep a separation between a professional sex worker
Contextually.
and a normal person?
I think
Right,
that
a John or whatever.
no, because like to an extent, it's contextual. I think that part of their job should be to teach you how to be intimate if you need it. I think a lot of them should also receive training for psychology, for social work skills.
I'm sorry, when you say a lot of them,
If the
are
ones
you
that
saying
want to,
a lot of them?
the ones that
Are you
want
saying
to.
okay? So it shouldn't be mandated.
Well, it shouldn't be mandated that you have to do this.
I'm asking if you want to be a government-paid sex worker,
Oh yeah.
prostitute.
I also think that it usually like
should it
if you
be
don't want-
mandated that you have a background in psychology?
No, I think you could learn on the job if you want
Shouldn't
to.
be.
But I also don't necessarily. You can be sent to different jobs according to what you're good at, like any other business. If you don't
Okay,
feel like
so
learning
what are
psychology,
these jobs?
then they don't send you to one where you have to give someone therapy. They send you to one. Fuck.
If you don't need therapy, what are the jobs where there's no therapy needed, but they need desperately, emotionally, to have intimacy, and the only possible version of intimacy they can have is sexual intimacy, and they desperately need that to be paid for by the government?
The basis. So again,
Where there's
I don't
no-
necessarily
yeah.
think it should be paid. Like I think all healthcare should be paid for by the government. I think everyone should have universal healthcare, which
So
is where
I'm
that came
asking,
up. I know.
I'm
I'm
asking,
answering your
what's the
question. I'm
non-therapeutic
answering your
situation?
question. I'm just clarifying my position.
Okay.
It's not just about that. The non-specific reason why the difference between a sex worker who is teaching someone intimacy and a sex worker who is a therapist at the same time is the difference in touch. The therapist one is there for a different reason. They're there to speak. You can't have therapy without communication. And if these people are good communicators, they're introspective, they can do critical analysis, sure. But that's a level up. The level below that is the ones that can't even talk to you, the ones that can't look in your eye, the ones that feel uncomfortable being in the same room as a woman, the ones that feel uncomfortable with touch, intimacy, because they're afraid. Not because of, like any other, because of fear, because of hatred, because of disgust, any of these reasons. That's where you get the step one, the intimacy. Now,
Okay, so the step one is not, as it currently is, that you are in a room with a therapist and you spend an entire session with a
that's
therapist
step two.
in a room. And let me finish thing. Currently, step one looks like you're in a room with a therapist, you're across the room from them, and you sometimes literally sit there for an entire session and are just silent in the room, and you just like exist in the same space as another person for a while. And then after a couple of sessions of doing that for 50 minutes, once a week or twice a week, you will eventually get up to a point where you're able to have a very simple conversation about like, what was your day like? That kind of stuff. And then you're able to build out from there.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than doing that kind of therapy, your suggestion is prior to that, because they're not capable yet of being in a room with a therapist, they should instead be penetrating the holes of unwilling parties.
It's still putting words in my mouth. First of all, there doesn't need to be a distinction. A, you can have this and you can have therapy. You can go do this twice a week and you can go to a therapist. B, there is a different reason because of the utility of touch. Touch is the key here. Teach people to touch because, again, look, the real issue is that when men feel uncomfortable, when they feel afraid, they lash outwardly towards whatever is in the vicinity. Yes, generally is this like when people even
well,
not even
fight
just
or
men,
flight. They
fight or flight,
fight
guys.
or they run away. The fight or flight.
I don't think that. Okay, I don't think that just because there are violent men out there that we should just do whatever the violent men want us to
Obviously,
do
they don't want
and
us to do
give the
this.
violent men whatever they want in order to make sure that they stop being
This
violent.
is not what they want. What they want is state-mandated girlfriends. I want to teach them how to be a human being. We're talking about death of society.
You don't want to get them
shit here.
state-mandated girlfriends. You just want to get them state-mandated one-night stands.
I
That's
want
what
to
you
bring
want.
them to a level of human communication that is equivalent to you and me.
One-night stands. You want the government to pay for one-night stands.
Sure, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If it helps, yeah. If it reduces rape,
Yeah,
then yeah.
okay.
If it reduces STDs, then yeah.
Yeah.
If it reduces sex trafficking, then
So
yeah.
state-mandated one-night stands is going to make them less sexist and is going to make them less violent and is going to be good for society because your definition of society is a definition of society that includes most women, but not those women, not the women who are included who are going to be violated by these one-night stands repeatedly.
How am I excluding them and how are they being
You're
violated?
excluding them because quite obviously, back to the shitting in the mouth example, you understood earlier that this is coercive, that they're being coerced, that they're being violated.
You're being coerced to go to work.
Care.
Everyone's coerced to go to work.
I'm not being
Capitalism
coerced
is
to go to work.
coercive.
No,
Why are we
no,
talking
no.
about this again? What is the point here? What I'm talking
Visora,
about is
Visora,
you just agreed with me. You just agreed with me.
You can't just say, woo, capitalism exists, so there's no moral implications to any distinction between any kind of work and any other type of work.
I'm not trying to say that.
That is not what progressivism is. Okay, you can say, "Hey, I think there are problems with working in a shirt factory in general, but I think it's worse when you work in a shirt factory, and specifically the doors are fucking locked, and if there's a fire, you can't get out."
Okay, the 824 women who didn't get raped, less so, that the reduction of rape in Rhode Island between 2004 and 29, was that a good thing? The 824 women who were not raped? Compared to the statistics before, is that good or bad?
I'm gonna give a multi-sentence answer. You ready?
No, I want a yes or no for this one first. The yes or no first.
It's gonna be a multi-sentence.
Yeah, everything is because we never stop talking.
You're right. I've talked for much more than this than either you or Will. That's a good point.
You both need to just answer the damn questions. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that rape is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that rape is that's true. Golf clap.
Brave, stunning.
Thank you.
Love
stunning,
it.
Brave,
Get
incredible.
your point. You don't need to throat clear.
I am the most feminist of all feminism. I think rape is bad. Okay. As a part of my belief that rape is bad, I think that okay, I'm gonna use a different example as a parallel. Okay. It is bad to have sex with the minor, even if the minor thinks that they are consenting to it. I'm still opposed to it. Right? It's worse to have sex with a minor who, in the moment, understands it to be rape.
Yes.
Right? But it's still rape. It's still wrong to have sex with a minor, even if the minor thinks in the moment that it is not rape. The minor is wrong. Yes. It is still rape. So if you're asking me, hey, we found this way to make it so that the number of total children who report being raped goes down, and the way that we did that was that we got a bunch of child prostitutes, right? And we paid all these child prostitutes, and in the moment, these child prostitutes thought that they were consenting, right? You might genuinely be able to decrease this other category of children who in the moment understand it to be rape, but I would still not be okay with that. Because I understand even if the child in the moment thinks that it's not rape, that it is rape.
Yes.
That it is still wrong. Even in the case
clearly Quibbles, your contention here is just cut to the chase here, is that prostitution, even if the prostitute consents,
it's still violatory. Yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. So you're talking about a moral...
I did not say specifically rape, but it's violatory.
Are we talking about a moral argument here? Because that's what it sounds like you're trying to get at. A moral argument of it is... Like, regardless of whether or not this helps other people, because it is exploitative of the sex workers, then it is morally wrong.
It is exploitative of children, even if they don't understand themselves.
Why are we talking about children? I want to go back to the regular topic.
Yes.
Yeah, that's bad. Don't have sex with children. Can we get back to the actual topic?
Don't have sex. Okay, wait. Don't have sex with children. Let's expand that. don't have sex, are you ready for it? With people who don't want to have sex with you.
No shit.
Whether they're adults or children.
No shit.
Okay! Well, if they
when
don't
did we
wanna have
disagree
sex
on
with you,
this? That's
if
what I'm
they're
trying
only
to
willing have
reduce.
sex with you, if they're only willing to have sex with you because you're paying them, maybe that's an example of a person who doesn't actually want to have sex with you.
But they're not being coerced. They still get to choose.
I agree. And little Timmy is saying in the moment that he's okay with it.
A child is not the same as an adult. A child is not the same as an adult. In New Zealand,
I agree that the children are not the same as adults.
when they reduce when they decriminalize,
children are not the same.
Okay,
I agree that children are not the same.
Talking about children right now. What does this matter? Because you're still
Visora, the point is that consent violations are somewhat complicated. There is a level of consent that is being violated with any sexual act.
There's a level of consent that's being violated in any act.
However, okay, Visora.
Yes, I agree with you.
Let me finish. There's a sexual violation of all children who are engaged in sex across the board. That is always the case. It is a larger level of sexual violation of a child if in the moment, even as a child, the child understands it to be a violation of their consent. Both are rape. Both are disgusting. Both are wrong.
A sex worker is not getting raped if they want to have sex with the client and they get paid. It's not rape.
One of them is more wrong, but they're both wrong for the same reason, right? Which is that either in the moment the child cannot consent because they are a child, or in the moment the child did not consent because they didn't consent in the moment, right?
Yes,
both of these are still violations.
Yes.
Okay, similarly, in the case of the person who does not want to have sex with you, right? That is an example of a person who you are raping. Or, alternatively, if they don't want to have sex with you, but are willing to let you shit in their mouth, are willing to let you come in their holes, in order to manage to, 70% of them or some huge percentage are actually I have the exact number. It is, substance abuse. This is from, I can send this link to you. 70.8% reported injecting drugs in the past 3 months. 92% of whom have injected heroin in the last 3 months. 83.6% reported having smoked crack cocaine in the past 3 months. So yes, I think if you're having sex with a crack addict, give me a second, I'm going to put this into our group chat. If you're having sex with a crack addict, and the crack addict is willing, quote unquote, to do it because they are addicted to crack, and therefore this is the only way they can get more crack, yeah, I think that you are violating them.
Okay, first of all,
not to the same degree as if in the moment they're opposed to it, they're still violating.
In that case, I do agree with you, but you're still misunderstanding.
Wait.
No, hold on. Let me respond to some of the things you said, because you said some insane shit. First of all,
I just want to. You said something very specific there. I just want to get a 1 point, and then we can go for it.
Go for it.
What you just said is 70.8% of sex, with a prostitute, is rape. That's what you're saying?
In our current system, yes.
In our current system, 70.8% of sex with a prostitute is rape.
If they're under the influence and then they can't consent. So yes, I do agree with
that. Cool.
Okay. Now, do you think that would, I don't know, maybe go down if these people had A, regular pay, B, less abuse, a job where they can say, hey, I don't want that client, someone else take that client, because, we are a moral people and we would build systems that are not going to force people who don't want to fuck that client to fuck that client. Now, if let's say they're low on bills and they do it anyway, they're not being forced. Now, is that still wrong? Yes, but in my view, all of this is wrong. You shouldn't have to get paid to live. Universal basic income is my view. So beyond any of that, right? I don't give a shit if you're technically being coerced because you need money to live. All of us are doing that. Is it still wrong? Yeah, but just as wrong as everything else. In a system where they have the degree of choice over which client that they see, nor do they not see, in a system in which they have someone that is an authority that they can report to if there is something wrong, a system where they are legitimized, validated, can access healthcare, get paid wages regularly, because, now it's not a black market and they're not being trafficked and they're not, slaves. They're getting paid regular wages, paying taxes as well. All of this reduces violence, yes, to the workers, to the community. It is better for the workers than the current conditions they live in. And it reduces, again, like we said, reported rapes. Sure, right? Reported rapes, you don't believe in that number. The number's probably higher than that. I agree, the number is probably higher than that. But that 31% decrease wouldn't have happened without the decriminalization. The 39% decrease in gonorrhea wouldn't have happened. The issue being in places like this has been implemented, right? And let's say,
okay, so I have a question.
Okay.
Let's talk about your Rhode Island example. Okay, so you already agreed that 70.8% of prostitution is an example of rape, right?
Because of drug use. Let's clarify this. I don't
because of drug use.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Because of drug use. Sure. Okay. So 70.8%. So then the question is, the total number of sexual encounters with a prostitute, right? Was that percentage 30% higher, whatever the percentage is, than the number of rapes that it went down?
Why do people do drugs?
Wait, Visora, can you just answer my question?
It is answering. Why do people do drugs? Because
why do people do drugs?
Yeah. Your question.
I think there's a whole host of reasons that people do drugs.
Okay, yeah, that's true. A large reason is A, economic instability, B, trauma and abuse, and C, depression. All three of these conditions are what currently sex workers have to deal with. They often have trauma, they often have depression. Now, if you put them and drug addictions, if you put them in a regulated system where they're paid a regular wage, they can access healthcare. Then
they'll just stop being drug addicts?
Well, most of them will try, because being a drug addict isn't fun.
Sure,
there's former drug addicts in my chat who literally
a couple things have been said here.
People can go get recovery. The reason that these people
during the
currently
80s,
can't is different.
There were a lot of people who had jobs, high-paying jobs, who were very successful, pretty happy, as happy as anyone. They did a shit ton of drugs. A shit ton! Lots of cocaine! Tons! Right? So I just don't see, the connection between these things, but maybe you can elaborate, please.
So, like the connection between...
You made the claim that the three reasons people do drugs are because of depression, because of economic insecurity, and because there was a third one I forget.
I can cite you a study.
That's just not true. I know a lot of people who do drugs because it's fun.
Well, I mean, that too, but I can cite you a study that shows that economic instability and depression and general living stress, home stress does lead to increased drug use in Australia, which also then leads to increased domestic violence. Yeah, no, you agree with me. That's too quick.
Okay, so yes, there are people who are desperately depressed and all of that, and people who are desperately impoverished in all of these situations. It's going to increase the chances that they are going to be drug addicted. People who are drug addicted cannot consent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's reduce their drug
people
addiction.
who cannot. Okay, cool. So people who are addicted to drugs cannot consent. 70+% of prostitutes are drug addicted. Ipso facto, right? Therefore, 70+% of prostituted people are getting raped when they are having sex, right? And therefore, by the way, this is 70% that's likely to have more sex on average, more clients on average than the average prostitute. Rest of the prostitute.
Continue.
Okay, so therefore, this 70% of prostituted people, right, are getting raped chronically, right?
Yes.
And so when you're talking about it as something that is going to increase the aggregate number of people who are in this category in which 70% of them are being raped, right? And you're saying, oh, but the number of people who are reporting getting raped is going down. That's not a useful thing to say if you're trying to say that the aggregate amount of rape itself, rather than reports of rape,
there is a difference between
are a white person thing. Reports of rape are a rich person thing.
Yes.
They're not something about people who are desperately impoverished, who are addicted to crack.
That's the point I'm trying to make. There would be less of all of this. There'd be less likely for new drug addicts to form if they could enter this system without having to, a big reason that sex workers do a lot of drugs, right, is because they have to get raped. They have to fuck people they don't want to fuck. If you give them a bit more choice, then A, less of that. B, they work for the government.
Okay.
They have health care. They, like, in the case of state funded, if it's private funded, fine. They don't work for the government, but they have a better paying job. They have regular wages. Again, these things decrease drug addiction they just do. Now, is every drug addict going to no longer be a drug addict? No. Obviously not. The ones that are should not work for this. Like, you shouldn't be able to do this high.
Okay, that's a good question.
Okay.
You're about to ask something about what about Jews and Hitler? And okay, fair enough. So I'm going to ask about the actual questions at hand, right?
I've experienced anti-Semitism. I'm furious. Continue what we were going to say.
Visora, in your program that you're advocating for, what would the restrictions be if you wanted to be a sex worker? Say I was like, you know what? Government check, sign me up. I don't mind taking some lady to Pound Town every once in a while that I might not otherwise, right? They give me a few $100 or something. The government's going to pay for it. Cool, sign me up. What would be the requirements? What would I need to meet? Like, would I need to be drug tested regularly? Would I have to sign up to a registry? Would I have to have, like, a background check? What would the process be? Could you walk me through it?
I imagine a background check would be nice, but it wouldn't be, like, something that denies you, like, work. Like, if your background check shows that you're a child molester, then, yeah, you don't get the job, obviously. But
Fair.
Aside from that, I don't think you should be drug tested unless there is a reason. Obviously, you know, in a system where
we just had this whole conversation about how a lot
but I don't think you should be drug tested.
Are addicted to drugs and consent.
But I don't think you should be drug tested. I think that while you're being hired for this, there should be, like, I don't know, someone smart and intelligent looking at this. But B, I don't care if there is a complaint made by a client that the sex worker is on drugs, then they get drug tested. If the worker themselves
health checks,
like health
like
checks
physical.
I was getting
really
that. I was getting to that.
Right?
That should be required regularly. Every, I don't know, once a month STI tests, maybe once every 2 months, maybe for some, like, blood work stuff. But every, like, month you do a physical, you do a full physical, you do a blood test, but you don't drug test these people. I don't want to drug test them. If it's not something that will, because again, drug testing them and denying them this job, even if it is technically them submitting themselves to rape, is immoral. Because this is the job that this is their, like, livelihood.
You're going to testing in general immoral, like for the
to be fair, I do think all drugs should be legal. I don't think that all drugs are good, and I don't think you should do drugs at work. But I don't think that we should.
Should a company be allowed? Should a company be allowed to do a drug test on someone if they don't want? Right, it's not illegal to do certain drugs, but I don't want someone who smokes weed to work for me because I just don't want it.
I mean, I think
right?
that's
because you have heavy machinery, for example.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. In certain contexts, I do think those should exist, including this one. I just don't think we should be drug testing them. I think we should, like, especially while
you already said
no,
that
but listen,
because getting raped if they're high.
Yes, but keeping them in this system will let them not be drug addicts anymore. It will let them continue to have stability so that they could go to rehab.
We should just accept a system where we have government paying for rape.
We should build a system that doesn't do that long term. Build a better system long term. But we have sex workers that exist now that need help. And I don't think they should be denied.
Therefore, the best way to help them is for them to get raped.
They're already getting raped. I want to increase their living conditions. I want to increase their working standards. I want them to get...
That's a really good argument for UBI. It's a really good argument.
It is also a really good argument for... No. You just keep putting words in my mouth.
We should have UBI. I agree.
Can you not put words in my mouth?
It's not an argument to say the government should pay for them to get chronically raped.
You're putting words in my mouth. They are currently getting chronically raped. This will increase their living standard. This will reduce the amount of rape. This will give them more choice.
You just said that they shouldn't have.
Man, you never fucking listen to me. You literally don't. I know that they're on drugs. I know that is rape. I agree. that is bad. But the
maybe the government should pay for it.
Maybe the system will reduce it. Because what you're advocating for is, if I don't want to pay for it, then you're just going to let these people die on the street? You're going to let them get trafficked? You're okay with them getting raped even more? That is what you're saying. That is what you're arguing. Your argument is that these people should get
there are
raped
multiple
more.
options. Visora, shockingly enough, there are multiple options available. The options are not strictly let this woman get raped or let her die on the street. Those are not the only option.
Those are the options
There's
you
a
keep
third
saying,
option
though.
out
Those are the
there,
only two
which is
options
to
you
not
keep bringing up.
either kill her or rape her.
Those
That
are
is
the
an
only
option.
two options you keep bringing up.
Visora, you're the one who just said that there shouldn't be any law that says that, hey, if you're high as a kite on crack cocaine,
Literally never
you
said.
can't consent.
I actually said the opposite if you were listening. I said, A.
You didn't.
I
You
said
said there shouldn't be drug tests.
Can you just shut the fuck up for 5 minutes? I said there shouldn't be
Let her
drug tests
finish.
for the current population of escorts. We should introduce systems so that new people, after we implement this, do have to do that. But the current population of people on the street. What do you mean?
She clarified her. She clarified her
No,
position.
how
So
do
what
I
I was asking you.
how do I prove that I'm a new person?
What the fuck do you mean? You just apply. Like
I said,
we open the program and we
I'm
open it up to applications. Whoever
Visora,
applies doesn't
I'm
get drug
someone
tested.
Okay.
And then that
Visora,
finishes,
I'm
and
someone
then you apply for a job.
Let me-
You're the new
let me
person. I'm
finish
just
my question.
literally
Before you-
answered your fucking question.
No, you didn't, because you didn't understand what the question was even.
Okay.
The question is this. Okay. Let's take a breather. Let's go. Okay, cool. We're good. We're stretching. We're stretching.
Yeah,
What a good
I got back
stretch.
pain.
A high quality stretch. It's stretch time.
Yeah, high quality stretch is good. All right.
Chat should also stretch. Okay. We're prepared.
Yes. I am having fun, by the
Okay.
way, so thank you for this.
I am too. Okay.
Okay, good. My page.
Okay. All right.
Back to rape. Go ahead.
Okay. There's a person who's currently on the street, who's currently working as a prostitute in America, right? You make her a system, and they say, I'm currently working on the street. I don't want to do your drug test, but I do want to get paid by the government to have sex, which the government knows really, because I look like I'm high as a kite, knows that it's rape, but the government is going to say, whatever, we're still going to pay you. That happens month one.
For month one, yes.
Right?
Month one, yes. Month one, yes.
Okay.
But again, there's
Okay.
going to be
Now,
more.
wait.
No, hold on. Just let me add into just one sentence. That's not it, though. That's all I'm like. That's all I'm gonna say. That's not where this ends.
Sure. Okay. Now it's month 3, and a different person comes up and says, "Hey, I'm a prostitute. I don't want to do your drug test because I already work on the street, and they're also going to get paid." Okay. But this person is actually, they just turned 18. And they say, the reason that I didn't do it earlier is because I was 17. And I was working the street when I was 17, but I didn't publicize it, right? Because blah, 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 there's laws, right? Presumably even you support the laws where like under 18 you aren't allowed to be a drug addicted. I'm glad that you're opposed to drug addicted 17-year-olds getting raped chronically. Golf clap.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. Golf clap. Okay. So, therefore, now I too am not getting drug tested because I've claimed that I used to already be working previously. There's no proof ever that I wasn't previously working on the street. So when is the point where across the board there are drug tests?
First of all, actually, you brought up a good point. That isn't what I had originally said, but I'm going to edit what I said now, because what I had said was you open the program up. Originally, what I said was you open the program up, anyone who applies can get in, and then anyone after has to get drug tested. But I'm actually going to change that. This example that you gave of this 18-year-old, she can still work, but she doesn't get sent to sex jobs. She gets sent to jobs where her job is to, like, talk. Her job is to hug. Her job is to just hang out. Her job is to, like, in the qualification of this job, if the John wants to have sex with her, then he is doing something wrong because that is not in the scope of her job description. Her job description is to be a friend, is to like teach this person how to be around.
If you're not having sex, are you doing sex work? I don't think so.
Well, we clarified this earlier because I said that this should be more than sex.
Okay.
I think
Sorry, if you're saying you want a jobs guarantee, the government should have a jobs guarantee. Okay, where you work on building bridges and shit. Okay, we've had that before in our country, and I was a big fan of the jobs guarantee. Big fan. Okay, the difference is the way that jobs guarantees generally work is that they're jobs building bridges and working for USAID and for AmeriCorps and Habitat for Humanity and that kind of shit. It's different than being a drug-addled, chronically raped prostitute.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Not the same. Okay, so the question is this. Government prostitutes, you said, should be able to reject claims. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when they all reject? What happens if I'm just a hella creepy and disgusting and horrible person and literally none of the government prostitutes want to have sex with me?
That would be
I'm
true.
Wick. I'm Wick, the interrupting cow.
That's not how social, that's not how these things work. Now, let's say we get to that further extreme. There will be somebody in that group of workers who will say, fuck it, I'll take the L because it's better than any of you having to do it. I'm the least bothered by it. It's like someone who, I don't know, becomes a soldier and goes overseas to risk their life because they think it is good for the people back home, whether they're right or wrong.
A sex soldier, but yeah,
No, but it's the same idea of this is going to harm me, but benefit more people than the harm to me will come,
I'll take
and
that
can make that
for you.
choice.
So
They
that you
can
don't
make
have
that
to.
choice. Someone will make that choice. There is no instance where nobody will say, like, everyone will say, no, fuck that. But even if you get to that
Visora.
point, like, there are other things you can still do. And
You're making, hold up, Visora. You just made a claim.
You just made your question.
Okay, you just made a claim. Okay, you just made the claim that there's no one, there will never be any person who this is true if you're willing to pay $1,000 for the sexual experience or whatever it is. There's going to be someone who's willing to take it. But empirically, it is not true that at $0, everyone is able to get sex.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so if empirically it is true
again.
If empirically it is true at $0 that not everyone can get sex, which seems to be your whole claim, right? Then empirically, presumably, there exist men who no woman is willing to have sex with at $1,000, right?
Yes.
So should we give her $10,000? How about $30,000? Where's the end?
There are systems you can implement, that being one of them, increasing financial incentive being one. 2, you can refer this person to a psychologist first. Say, hey, you don't meet the criteria for this program, but here's a program that will help you meet the criteria for this program. For I believe in bureaucracy. I believe
But they do meet the criteria. That's why they're being.
Well, yes.
In this,
that's why
they are being recommended. They meet the criteria. If I may finish, they meet the criteria. It's medically necessary, right? You go, you put it in the program. They go through the process. Turns out they get turned down at the price point that the initially that was offered. The question is, how much do you increase that? And is there a cap where you say, okay, we're not increasing this anymore?
I don't think that it necessarily needs to be that way. Take, for example, a different thing. This is actually a personal experience. I have fibromyalgia. My doctor sent me to a chiropractor. Go to the chiropractor says, no, you're like, this isn't going to work. Like, I can't help you here. You need to go to a physio first and then come back to me after. And so I went to the physio and then I went to the chiro after. You can have that referral to the place and the place say, the doctor, the general physician is not an expert. They send you to the program. The program says, well, you're not quite qualified, but here's something that you can do instead, and then you can come back here afterward. That is a different
qualification
system.
In this case, the reason they're not qualified in this case is because no one wants them.
Yeah, because they're unfuckable.
They're an uggo.
It's not. Like,
Yeah, they're
an unfuckable uggo.
Look, I don't even really think
They're
that
Japanese.
ugliness is the issue here. I don't think it is
Okay,
more of,
ugly on the inside or outside, it doesn't matter, right?
It's not even about that. It's not even about that. It's about hygiene. It's about
refuse to shower.
Yes, they're stinky. It's self-respect.
Yeah.
They need a therapist
They're
first.
gross.
I think again.
Nobody wants to fuck them.
Exactly.
They're gross.
And I think that both therapy and this system can work hand in hand. Not
Okay, but the question
everyone is that gross. Not everyone is that. Now, are there
Yes,
extreme?
not everyone needs to pay for sex. I agree. Not everyone needs to pay for sex at all.
A lot of people do, though, and the people that are getting paid
And
for
70%
sex,
of
as
the
you
time
agree,
when
are
they
getting
do,
raped.
they are currently raping
Yes,
someone.
I agree. Now, would you like
Okay,
to do
that's
some
bad.
harm reduction or not?
I do want to do harm reduction.
Well, it doesn't
what
seem
harm
like it
reduction
because you
look,
keep. What does harm reduction
what
look like to
harm
you,
reduction,
please?
sorry, what harm reduction looks like is decreasing the level of sexism in our society. It looks like trying to ensure that women have more options at the bottom rung. It looks like jobs guarantees. It looks like the kinds of progressive stuff that I actually believe in, but seemingly you only believe in so long as they're also diddling the balls of the fucking upper middle class.
I'm further left than you, first of all.
You're not!
I'm literally a libertarian socialist. I don't believe in.
You're not further left!
I don't think that the government should regulate anything that you do as long as you are not.
Does not mean that you are further left.
I don't think that the government should have a say in what you do with your life as long as you are not interfering.
So then back to the
Shut
shitty
the fuck
example.
up for 5 seconds. As long as you are not interfering with the ability of somebody else to live their life. Now, money is the problem here, and violence is the problem here. Violence and money. Most of, as you just said, everything that you laid out, the harm reduction techniques of giving people job guarantees, reducing sexism in our society, all of those are what this does. This has been implemented in several parts of the world and has reduced misogyny, has reduced isolation and depression, has reduced domestic violence as well as rape, has reduced diseases, and has normalized intimacy. This has happened in the Netherlands, in Belgium, and Germany. Trafficking is still a problem there because those are underfunded programs. This happened in New Zealand, which significantly increased the communication between the community, the stigma around sex work, the complaints from the community regarding it, all of that. Significant reduction, as well as physical harm. Again, people don't have let's say you're the sex worker and you go home to your husband. If your husband is working a full-time job and can barely afford food and rent, and you are also working a full-time job and can barely afford food and rent because you're both working minimum wage, that woman is much more likely to be domestically assaulted.
Do you believe in laws about you can't lock the door to the factory so that people aren't able to leave for their bathroom break?
Yes.
Is that an acceptable law to have?
Yes. Because that interferes with the process of someone living their life.
Okay. What do you mean it interferes with their process of them living their lives?
Okay, let's clarify this down to capitalism off of my libertarian socialism.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm saying
I still think it's bad.
Because capitalism does exist,
yes,
right?
Still bad.
We agree that capitalism exists?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Still bad.
Capitalism is a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we accept that capitalism is a thing.
We have for a while.
Okay, cool. If capitalism is a thing, is it better to exist under a capitalist system in which it is illegal or not illegal for me to shtup my maid?
What? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
To shtup my maid, to have sex with my maid.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck is that?
I was like, what's
fair enough.
shtupping?
Okay.
If she consents to it, I think it's
Wait, do non-Jews not say shtup?
I've never said shtup.
Okay. You should say shtup. Shtup is a great word.
I do kind of like it. I think I might pick that up. I mean, I'm not Jewish, but
it's a good word. It's a solid word.
Would that be cultural appropriation?
Appropriate my culture. Yes,
Okay,
it would be cultural appropriation, and I'm fully in support of it. Appropriate my culture. Yeah.
Okay.
Should it be legal for me to shtup my maid?
If she wants to, yes. If she consents, even again,
there should be
under the system that we live in. Just to clarify, because we've done this a few times, I understand that coercion is a thing, but I don't think that qualifies in the decision making because that coercion is not going anywhere. By removing,
you know what else isn't going anywhere?
How about safety standards?
This conversation.
How about safety standards? Are you in support of safety standards?
Absolutely. Regulation, absolutely. Safety standards.
Okay. Only for physical safety, though, not for emotional safety.
No,
there's no emotional safety standards?
No, there is.
How about as an emotional safety standard? How about as an emotional safety standard, you are not allowed in the factory as the boss to slap the ass of one of your workers.
Yeah.
That a good emotional safety standard?
Yeah.
Doesn't it violate your physical safety? It's an emotional safety issue.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree.
In terms of the emotional safety of my maid, should it be illegal from an emotional safety perspective of my maid,
No.
given that she works alone in my household, and I'm a scary 6'1" man, right? To make a rule that I'm not allowed to ask my maid while she's on the clock for sex.
Well, then yes.
That should be a law.
That should not be a I don't like whether or not it should be a law. I don't like the idea of like it all needing to be law separately. This can all be one law. Rape is illegal. But you're saying that this is different from just generally raping somebody. You are raping. You're like Harvey Weinstein in this instance. You are describing like an instance of a Harvey Weinstein, someone who holds the other person's job in their hand and can ruin their life if they say no. You can make her homeless. You can give her no money. You can assault her because she's alone in your house. That is why it's wrong. And it is already rape and assault. You don't need a specific law to make that specifically illegal.
Okay. The goal of laws is to reduce harm. The goal of laws is to reduce harm.
Yes.
Right? There is harm associated with the slapping of the ass of the woman at my doctor's office.
I agree with that being illegal. The maid bit, the doctor's office one, I forgot. Sorry, the slapping the ass bit.
The slapping the ass, sure. That's illegal.
Never forget slapping the ass.
Yeah, that one's illegal because it's already illegal. It's sexual harassment.
Okay, cool. It's sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why?
Because it is a person in a position of power. Again, this is the factory worker, right? Like this is your factory and this is your worker.
We're close. We're getting close.
Or a manager or something. Yeah, position of power that you hold control over this person's life, their money, their job, their livelihood. You hold control, which is what makes it different.
I control control. Good.
Mm-hmm.
I tell them they don't want to be told, but I tell them they have to stay after for an extra 30 minutes. Right? Because we're in the middle of fucking, like, we work on a construction site and there's a bunch of wet concrete and we need to get the concrete into place, and if it's not into place, then we're all screwed and we like mess up the job.
Yeah.
So I say, sorry, bud, you have to stay an extra 30 minutes to finish this concrete job. Okay. Is that the same? Because they don't want to do it, but I'm making them do it and I'm holding for ransom their ability to get paid.
No,
is that the same
degrees.
As slapping them in the ass?
No, that's degrees.
No, it's not degrees.
It's literally your job. It is part of your job. You should pay them overtime.
No.
It's illegal to not pay them overtime.
Yes, I agree. But if there's a difference in kind between one and the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even if I pay them extra, I'm like, hey, sweetheart, I love your butt. I'm gonna pay you an extra 25% if I get to slap your butt.
Because that's not part of her job. It's not part of her job description. It's not part of her job. It's not
part of the job description to clean up the vomit.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. At the law factory.
No, yes, it is.
I am a lawyer at the law factory.
Okay.
As a lawyer at the law factory, there is no part of my job description that says, Quibbles, you must clean up the throw up on the floor of the law factory.
That's not true, actually.
That's not part of my job description.
That's not true. Because if you work in a factory, part of your job description is to keep your workplace clean and tidy. Generally, it is to...
I'm a lawyer.
Let me ask this.
If you're in a factory, you're not in a factory.
You guys are talking past each other again.
If you work in a... Please let me clarify this one little point. If you work in a job, in any room, if you vomit on the floor, it's your job to clean it. You're at work. You're on the clock. It's your job.
Fair enough, though. You're correct, right? She's just correct here. Like that's just part of a lot of job descriptions. It might not be the question.
It's not part of every job description. To be crystal clear, there are lots of job descriptions.
At hand, the actual interesting question here, and this is for both of you, but primarily for Visora, is if it was made part of the job description going in, and they knew it was part of the job description going in, it was made clear that hey, if you work here at a law firm, we're gonna slap you in the ass sometimes. Would that be okay? Would there be anything wrong with that?
Are we talking
morally speaking?
Okay, morally speaking. Well, I mean, yes, but there's a lot wrong with all of that morally speaking. Let's bring it.
Setting aside capitalism.
Bring it off of morals. I wasn't talking about capitalism. I was talking about other systems of like the economy in that.
What is wrong with that? Can you describe why
I think it should be okay.
issue?
I just don't think that it's like, I think it should be legal. I just don't think it should be like.
I'm not
done.
talking about legal. I'm talking about moral. Right?
It's gross.
You think it's immoral. I'm trying to ask you why you think that's immoral.
Because it's exploitative. That's why. Because it's intentionally exploitative. And yes, people will knowingly and willingly and consentingly take that job, and it will still be exploitative. I'm not even arguing that this the sex workers healthcare system isn't exploitative. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing this is a silver bullet. I'm arguing that this is a harm reduction step that would have to be built on top of multiple other things, that multiple other functions need to be built around this. This is just step one. This is baby steps into solving little bits of problems here and there. Again, the ability for a woman to have job security enough to leave her domestic violence situation at home because she works for.
Okay, I'm not quite following. So your answer.
Let's say.
Your answer was to the question of whether or not it should be allowed to be put into the contract that I am allowed to slap you in the ass while you work at a law firm. Your answer was.
I think you should be allowed to do that, but I think it's horrible for you.
That should be allowed to be in my contract.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's go back to physical safety. Because clearly, that's a standard that we have built into our system governmentally that you oppose, and that is about protecting people's emotional health and about protecting people's capacity as women to operate in the workforce. Right? You don't believe in that as a safety standard. Okay, how about physical safety standards?
That's
now?
not
Back to physical safety standards.
You're
you said earlier.
It again, but short.
No, that's an emotional safety standard.
Yes, I
know. There's a reason.
I'm aware.
So the emotional safety standard, you say that as long as I agree in my contract to go back on that emotional safety standard, it's fine to not have that emotional safety standard.
You're trying to treat symptoms. I'm trying to treat
now my
the
question
cause.
is about physical. Okay. Without fixing capitalism, which I know you have a problem.
That I'm trying to fix. It's not that.
What are you trying to fix?
I'm trying to fix.
What are you trying to fix?
Male loneliness, female loneliness, the idea of communication, community, the idea of people that get exploited on the street. Your point, the 70% of women getting raped doing sex work. That's who I'm trying to protect here. Because yes, they are still exploited when it's under the government. But there are more protections, more systems for them to get out of this job and get a different job and to get off of drugs. Included in this. All of this affects that.
When we exist in the system in which we operate, I think it is better to make it illegal to have something in your contract that says, I'm allowed to drop my pants in the middle of the workday and say, you suck my dick.
I think that this is horrible. Okay.
As part of our job.
Let me clarify that again, because I answered that question in regards to my own personal ideology of less regulation on how you behave, more regulation just on businesses. In our current material conditions that we engage with, this is already illegal, and I don't want to make it legal. I don't want to make that legal. It's already illegal.
You don't want to make it legal.
No, I don't want to make that legal. You're giving me examples hypothetically. I think in my perfect society, you don't need the government regulating how you behave interpersonally. I think we should just be regulating business. But in our current context, this is already illegal.
So I'm going to interrupt both of you right now to let you know that we have a time limit here. We've already run over time. So you better get to the points.
Okay. The point is, you just described you're okay with there being a law that says you cannot, even if it's just slapping the ass, even if it's not sex, right? Slapping an ass is presumably not particularly if you're okay with a person slapping your ass.
But if you're not,
it's sexual harassment. My point is, it's low-level sexual harassment in comparison to the high levels of work that might be expected of you in other contexts, right? It is reasonable to have, if you're working in a law firm, an expectation that you spend a year and a half on a bunch of bullshit nonsense pushing papers that you don't like to do that might be more unpleasant than getting slapped in the ass one time. But it's reasonable because there's a difference in category between the slapping of the ass and all of that busy work. And so therefore, it's okay to say busy work, cool, but there's a categorical difference because sex is categorically different than is that busy work, than is cleaning up the vomit, than is all of this bullshit that is associated with I have to be the third AD or whatever the fuck it is for the movie for 15 years before I'm allowed to be a director instead of sleeping with a director.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Still continuing. I'm with you. I don't disagree with you here.
So sex is categorically different.
Yes, I have been saying this as well.
Okay, so if sex is cool. So if sex is categorically different, then maybe we shouldn't be understanding it as something that's perfectly permissible to treat as though it's the exact same in the context of our legal system, and as though it is entirely the same in the context of what we should be doing in terms of healthcare. Obviously,
the reason for a lot of these issues is because of this very large distinction we put around sex. We make it this whole special thing that's different. I want to normalize. It is. Listen to me. It already is. I want to change that. I don't think it should be.
So in your
are you gonna?
We
please.
We don't have 10 more hours.
I'm trying to answer
your
question.
20 more minutes before I'm done with this, and I gotta read super chats and everything.
In your perfect system, would it be in your perfect system, not the system we exist currently, but in your perfect system, would it be acceptable for me as a boss to write in the contract of my female employees, I get to slap you in the ass?
In my perfect system, you wouldn't be a boss of anybody because there would be no boss, but no. Let's say in my perfect system under capitalism, no. I'm clarifying because people are going to clip me out of context. Like, that shit happens. No and no. In both cases, no.
Okay.
Beautiful. Let me read these super chats before I go insane.
Cool.
Go
and
for
then
it.
let's kind of wind this down. I do have some questions, but
Yeah, sure.
it's going to be impossible to ask Visora questions and Quibbles questions at the same time. I've realized this.
We can take turns.
We can take turns, yeah.
But
put a stopwatch. Literally put a watch. Put a stopwatch.
What's going to happen is when I want to ask a question, I'm going to ask a question. And when I don't want to ask
60 seconds.
Question,
yeah, it'll be a chess clock. Let's do a chess clock. We each get 5 minutes total. You do a chess clock. We get to click the little button.
I'm not doing that. If I don't get to ask my questions, I will remove the participant that has been an obstacle to asking my questions. That's what will happen. So here's what we do. $5 from Muffin Topical says, can Quibbles state the difference between an independent prostitute and a porn actress, or are they both being assaulted?
I think that porn is a complicated subject. I think that often porn, and particularly the porn industry as it exists currently, particularly in the context of Pornhub, is very exploitative. I think that OnlyFans is less exploitative than is Pornhub, but I think that there is a broad problem with work in general that is sexual and in which you as a sexed object is relevant to the capacity of you to do the work. But I don't think that all work in which you as a sexed object is relevant is the same as you getting penetrated in your holes.
Okay. $2 from another new account. Not joking, prostitution MOS for the military, for those of you who are unaware, would be based. No, it would not. $2 for Fates. How does opt-in system force anyone to do anything? And thank you for the $2. Appreciate you guys. And thank you for the subs on Twitch. I do appreciate that. If you guys want to, if for whatever reason you're liking this content, please like the stream. Please follow me, right?
Me and Quibbles are having
if
fun
you're
here.
enjoying
I had a really good time.
But can I just say I'm really glad that you're having a good time. I'm glad.
Yeah, no, I agree. You also. Yeah.
I'm glad someone is. Okay, but here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, right? Because we're going to go to closings, but we're not going to end the stream. But I want to close out the conversation, official debate, and then I want to get to some questions I had about the topic at hand. So that's what we're going to do. And if you need to leave, you can leave. You're not prisoners here. This isn't coercive, right? Just go. And if callers want to call in, depending on my mood, you can come jump backstage in my Discord. And if you have questions for either these participants or me, as long as you want to stay, keep going. That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to give Visora the first chance, and she's not going to be interrupted. And then Quibbles is going to go, and once Quibbles goes, he's not going to be interrupted. And please, there's a link to the description of each of these individuals in my YouTube description, right? There's a link to the channel, I should say, in my YouTube description. Click on that link, give them a follow. They took the time out of their day to be part of my show. Give them a reward. Subscribe to the channel, follow their channel, whatever they need. Visora, closing thoughts on this, and then we'll get to Quibbles. Go ahead.
Look, closing thoughts on this, I'm going to keep really short and simple. This isn't about sex work. Sex work is part of it, but it's much more than that. It's about creating a safer, healthier community, a compassionate society. It's about harm reduction. It's about reducing damage done to people's lives using evidence-based solutions that are not necessarily perfect and do need to be improved, do need to be built on, but are still currently better than the systems that we have, and will have a lot of side effects that don't interact generally with healthcare nor sex, but are some of the root causes of violence, stigma, misogyny, and overall, having a system like this in place, regulated and done properly, with controls around abuse, as we've discovered and discussed, would benefit the entire community. That's it. That's my closing arguments.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Quibbles, go ahead.
Okay. I believe in safety standards. I believe in safety standards for physical safety. And I also believe in safety standards for emotional safety and for social safety. It is dangerous and bad when we have a system in which women are reduced to sexed objects. And I don't want that to be a fact of our work environment. I don't want it to be a fact of our culture. To the degree that prostitution is being wielded towards that end, I think it's bad. I also think to the degree that prostitution is being used as a way to rape women's bodies, that is bad. We already got from Visora the agreement that 70+% of prostituted rape, prostituted sex in the context of the United States
you were right
currently
the first time there.
is rape. I'm sorry?
I was saying you were right the first time there.
Oh, you interrupted me. How dare you interrupt me?
I agreed with you.
I was no. Even to agree, you can never interrupt.
You guys can't stop. You're literally incapable. You're children.
No, I'm furious. No. I was perfect. I was silent the entire time.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help. I was just wanting to say that
you're
right.
You're doing it again, Visora. No, stop.
This proves that Visora is wrong because Visora was an interrupting person, and that is evil. I rest my case. Thank you.
God, this was something. Gang, I'll give my closing thoughts as well. Look, I think I could agree with Visora that there is a lot of problems with loneliness, lack of intimacy, sexism, misogyny, etc. in the world. I simply don't think her proposed solution will fix any of that, and in some ways it might make it worse. Could there be some benefits to the system? Perhaps, but I think the externalities of adding, of normalizing, right, much in the same way that OnlyFans and having sex work and OnlyFans normalized on Twitch and in YouTube has normalized men asking women content creators for access to their sex work page, their OnlyFans page, etc. And it makes a lot of women uncomfortable, and a lot of women don't want to be in this space and don't want to be in an environment where that is normalized. I think that the government putting its seal and stamp of approval on sex work in general is going to have a similar effect on just, again, the normalization of it in general in society. Right now, I think it's a good thing that we stigmatize a man going up to a woman and asking, hey, baby, how much? I think it's good that that's stigmatized. I think it's good that people view that as repulsive, harassment, etc. And I worry, my fear is that implementing this system in America will have that effect. And that's my closing thoughts. Do you guys mind if I bring a caller in?
Bring in a caller. I'm fully on board.
Okay.
Bring in your caller.
I'll do one and then I gotta go.
Bring a caller in?
Oh, yeah, you gotta the stream, buddy. You're live.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what you got for us? You got questions?
We can hear you.
Over. So, I was thoroughly curious. You guys have been kind of conversating back and forth for a little while. It didn't seem like we were hitting the debate point, but I got stuck up on one particular part. You guys were talking a lot about whether something was coercion or not, and I feel like a lot of this stops for me there. Most of it, from my own perspective, I feel like is more compliance, if anything else. I think the worst case scenario would be coercion, in which women are forced in by one of your examples, well, examples both of you gave, drugs, for instance, in many cases, financial support. These are things that we already know pimps will do. But beyond that, I think a majority of cases are compliance. They will get something from it, an offer is given to them, and they voluntarily comply to that. What I'm curious about is where we're getting the negative connotation from that. We already know that a lot of these people don't probably have very many other options, and the options that they do choose from, this is one of them. If we want to negate this as one of those options, then having some form of safety for these women is kind of paramount. It's necessary.
So I believe in the broad point that you're making there is that like we shouldn't be taking away least bad options from people who are desperately impoverished. And I agree with you broadly speaking that we should not be taking away least bad options from the desperately impoverished. The caveat to that is that there are certain things that I do not believe in aggregate that people can consent to. So one of those is physical safety standards. So I'm curious, I posed it to Visora, but I'll pose it to you as well. Do you think that the laws that we have on the books that say that there are certain physical safety standards that we have in the workforce, in the workplace, should we get rid of those? Or do you think those are appropriate to have physical safety standards?
I think it's appropriate for us to have those, yes.
Okay, why is physical safety standards acceptable, but emotional safety standards are not acceptable?
I don't think this is a question about whether or not it is emotionally necessary. There's a lot of things.
Emotional safety. So I want to clarify what I mean now. I'm sorry, I was imprecise. Emotional safety standards. By that I mean things like you're not allowed to ask certain questions of your people. You are not allowed to ask them about like what are their religion and like pressure them about their religious worldview, or pressure them about their racial background or about their religious background. Right.
Understood.
So similarly, you're not allowed to pressure them towards the end of sex, right? Even asking the question, can you mow my lawn, is perfectly acceptable. I can ask my employee whether or not they're willing to mow my lawn, and maybe they'll say no. I cannot ask, even off the clock, hey, will you suck my dick? I'll do it as a separate thing on the side, has nothing to do with your job, but on the side, will you suck my dick? Right?
That statement right there is where we disagree. I think that point is coming from the idea that I'm asking you to do this, but this is my job. It is a difference, like you were saying before multiple times, it's in your job description that you. So
what I'm saying is, it's not in your job description to mow my lawn. I mean, my personal.
No, but it is in a prostitute's job description to have sex.
But I'm saying, yeah. So I'm asking, like, you work for me at Subway, and I am slightly I'm not crazy rich, but I'm slightly richer than you are because I'm the head of the Subway. Yeah. And I say, hey, I will pay you $50 this weekend to come mow my lawn.
Mm-hmm.
Down for it, right? I think it's acceptable. Whether you agree to it or not, I think it's acceptable for me to ask, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's acceptable for me to be like, hey, you work for me at the Subway, $100, suck my dick this weekend. You up for it? I don't think that's acceptable.
Okay. Yet again, you're talking about something in a hypothetical that I'm going to refer to in reality. Your job.
Both of those are very much reality. Both of those is definitely
your job. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Your job is sex. So when I pull up on a woman in a corner and you come up to my car when I roll down the window, these are the things that you do to let me know what your job is, and that I do to let you know what I'm looking for. When I present to you, hey, I would like for you to give me this service for this amount of money, there's nothing wrong with that because it's your job.
But there is. There is something wrong with that.
Okay. I gotta go. I love you all. Gang, tomorrow, at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be having Not So Erudite, Katusha. We're going to be having Sad Kit Kat and Kirby Phone. And we're going to be, it's an all-woman panel, and we're going to be talking about what it's like to be a woman online. They're going to be sharing experiences, like what challenges that are unique to them do they face, what potential benefits do they have as women online that they might benefit from. It should be a fun discussion, a good discussion. I hope you all join me for that. And yeah, so we're going to end. Are you going to, anyone here still streaming after this?
I'm still streaming on mine, but I just wanted to say thank you for having me on, and thank you to your audience, and thank you to Quibbles.
Good to meet you.
Again, this was an excellent debate. I'd love to debate you again on something else. If you have something, let me
Sure,
know.
for sure.
And yeah, I hope you all have a lovely day. Oh wait,
Visora?
yeah, what's
Real
up?
quick, I would love to actually like hear what your opinion is. Is there any other place that I can like? Do I have to just go to your Twitch, or can I talk to you in the Hangout?
You can jump onto my Twitch if you want to. It's I'll link it in. Which chat would I link it in here? This one. There we go.
General is fine.
Actually, it should be linked in the video description, but there.
I'll just go read out to Visora. But I'll see you guys later. And again, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. I love you all. Thanks for being here. Wait, bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, well, that was an experience, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. Hey, Mello. Good to see you. Oh, wow. And there's the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Now, let me see if this is going to break everything, because I'm going to switch to a different... Hey, it worked. Cool. All right. So, any questions? He thinks he's a progressive. I mean, he is, but he's a liberal. That's the thing. His views are kind of liberal. What's broken, Wolf of Mandalore? Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. I hope that was fun for you. I'm glad. I got a bit more angry than I wanted to. Like, I yelled a lot more than I wanted to, but like, I genuinely, it was like I could not say anything. But like, I still had a lot of fun. I'm the guy who popped in at the end. Mello, what was your question? Like you said you wanted to hear more of my thoughts on this. I think the important lesson here, age, left is right, up is down, poop is cum, praise baby Jesus, Jesus Christ. That guy 100% has a manifesto. I feel like I had to yell to get a word in too. I really did. Thank you guys for all the follows. Oh my God, and the bits. I really appreciate it. I tried my best to keep this simple and coherent, but it didn't really work. My main point overall, ban hole. Oh my God, the fact that like he said holes the very first time, it just like I was like, what? What the fuck did he just say? And then he just kept saying it, and I had to work through the cringe. That was the hardest part, is working through the cringe of hearing holes every time. See, I could tell you were based as hell just by listening to you. You handled that very well. Thank you. It was a mass murder survival. The temple in Pittsburgh was attacked. Well, I mean, I'm glad he survived. Okay, but like again, the main points, guys. Still, it's just public safety. It's not even really about the sex work, which is a part of it, but it's about regulation. It's about safety. It's about giving people options. You believe, you do believe the benefits are exactly. What? Mello? What are you saying there? What do you believe the benefits are exactly? Thank you. Sorry, Jesus, I can't read. I've been doing this for so long. My brain went blah, 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 blah. The benefits to this overall, I think, are reductions in rape, reductions in disease, reductions in domestic violence at home between partners, an increase in ability for people to engage socially without fear, a reduction in the amount of hate towards women that is successful, because obviously the hate wouldn't stop. They would still continue to try. Hey, the hype train. No, yeah, it would be less of X. You know, there would be, there would still have that group. We would still have that group of misogynists that are trying to spread all this like women hatred, but it would be less effective because it doesn't work when the guys don't feel socially isolated and alone and insecure and like they're demons and they're isolated and they're hated. It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like we're just arguing here for like a basic amount of regulation on a system that currently exists, will continue to exist, whether we do something about it or not. And the argument that I received was, well, you're pro-rape because you're taking the people who are being raped and you're improving their living standards by allowing them to continue to get raped, but with, you know, some more protections, regulations, the ability to call the police, the ability to, like, I think dude just hates people fucking, I guess. I don't know. A lot of people are weird about this kind of stuff. I don't think he hates sex. I don't think he's like a Puritan or anything. I just, thank you guys. I'm really happy to see all of you like enjoying this. I wasn't sure if you would enjoy it. I wasn't sure if I was just a bit too angry. Captain Buggy, my only input irrelevant of the topic, it's a debate. Be bloodthirsty, don't be nice, and when people don't say coherent, call them out and insult them. It's from YouTube chat. Thank you. Do you think it's jealousy? Not really. Love you, sweetie Peak. I love all of you guys. Look, this was fun. You just had to tell him that coercion is always wrong. But that's the thing, right? Coercion is always wrong, fundamentally, but it's not always avoidable. And that's where I lost him. Is that yes, coercion is wrong, but at the moment it's not avoidable, and we should work to fix that. We should build systems that make coercion more difficult. Which, like as I said, in New Zealand, when they had this program in 2000, I believe it was 9. Let me double check when that passed actually. Just because I don't have it on the current list of notes that I have. Prostitution, 2003. Okay, so in 2003, when this passed, this decriminalized sex work in brothels and increased the ability for them to, like the sex workers, to be able to call the police, to be able to report to their boss. But what I couldn't get to in the debate, because I wasn't allowed to say it, is that it's not just the women who can report. People are lazy. All people are lazy. People don't like to put in effort for little gain. A person who is not a base sadist won't resort to just assault to the woman immediately. The first instinct would be to complain to somebody. I will always remember this man as a whole. Thank you, GNN Alex. But like, other people can be in the middle. There's a mediator. You can complain to the manager. You're not gonna like instantly start wailing on this person if they're working in a facility that has, I don't know, government funding. It kind of feels like that might stop a lot of people from instantly going that route and maybe trying to complain first. Any questions from any of you? Feel free to like throw them in. I'm happy to. It's just all of this is about small. This really is a microcosm of Democrats. I'm arguing here for incremental change in the right direction versus no, this is not perfect and it's still immoral, so no change. It's just a microcosm of Democrats. Jesus Christ, my throat is very sore. I'm really curious to go read all of your chats because so they look pretty fucking funny. Let me go back and read some of you guys out. Oh, help, Mellow. I agree. I do personally believe the problem starts and ends with men in a larger manner. I also believe in finding better ways to safely embrace sex workers into the working field. Working field is nothing but beneficial for men. It does have social consequences. I just think we're currently living and seeing that with the form of misogyny we see towards sex working fields. That's exactly true. And that's my point. That was the whole point that I wanted to make right there, was that this is already a thing. The men are already impacted by this. Go on Twitter for 5 seconds. You can figure it out for yourself. This might not fix everything. It might not fix much even, but it will move things forward. Forward progress is forward progress. And yes, please, guys, don't forget to join the Discord. No, you're not, Oxpecker. There you are. Oh, yeah. My throat is so sore. Just put a link in the chat. You can click that up. Aye. Let's talk about some muff politics. I think we just did. I think that's all we just did. I didn't get to half my points. I completely and utterly agree. As a former sex worker, I've seen it lessen anxiety or shame or lack of confidence. Most of my interactions were pleasant or at least work and nothing more. You're based. Thank you, Leftist Leo. You're pretty based too. Most sex workers I've met agree with that sentiment. Most sex workers that aren't pimped, aren't on the street, have a degree of ability to, I don't know, vet clients. We're all online now. It's not even about, like, people aren't standing on the corner of the street being prostitutes like it was 20 years ago as much. It still is happening. But a vast majority of people who do sex work do online sex work now, or use online tools to organize their in-person sex work. I want government-sponsored pleasure women. Well, that's the thing, right? That's the mentality that I'm trying to reach with this, is they want state-sponsored girlfriends. I think that they should just have mental health care, that they can go, like, a woman can just come and hug you. How does that, like, I don't know why that's bad. I don't know where the negative is in that you can go to a doctor and have them say, damn, you haven't had a hug in like 6 months. You need to go and get one right now before you like start being depressed. I want a doctor to be able to say, your ass needs to go get laid before you shoot up a building. And then the person be able to go fill the script, have the sex worker come in, him get laid, and then him not shoot the building. Like, it's... And his entire argument was that this is coercive and abusive of the sex workers, and it is, to an extent, it is realistically up in the really, 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 really zoomed out moral sense. But what is worse, what is more coercive, is the fact that right now they need to do the same exact things for less money, with less rights, with less protections, to be able to survive. A lot of people don't understand, like, especially middle class and upper class people don't understand that people don't tend to, like, there are people that go into sex work because they want to, but a lot of people go into sex work because they have to. Women do, generally. Men tend to go to selling drugs instead of doing sex work. And both of these are poverty. Poverty is the main issue here. You could remove the need for all of this by getting rid of poverty, because, again, people are less shitty to each other when they're not poor. Poverty is a huge factor. Do you think that Andrew Tate gives a shit? I mean, he likes to beat women. He's a misogynist and an abuser and a sex trafficker, right? Why do you think people listen to him? Because they want something to be mad about. They want someone to blame. They want someone to make them feel strong. They want a powerful leader. And that powerful leader uses this as a excuse, as a justification. Women suck. Women don't want you. All women are sex workers. Poor people are statistically shittier. It's not necessary. I don't know that that's the case, because poor people are the nicest people that I've met, and rich people on average are insane. So yes, why not address wage inequality? Well, I think we should. I think we should. I don't think any of these are systems in and of themselves. I think that we need to do all of these things. I think we need to increase wages. I think we need to give everyone health care instead of a self-fulfilling prophecy with a sex cult for Jesus. I don't think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know where you're coming from with this, Porkip. What's your disagreement with me here? I know that this is a similar version to what they want, but I'm smarter than the people who are saying that they want this. And I can see experts creating a regulated, safe system to do this. You kind of said that is what I mean. They'd be less likely to be shitty if not poor. Oh yeah, they'd be less likely to be shitty if they're poor, is what I meant to say. I must have misspoken. If it was not for sex workers, most of my girlfriends would be way more disappointed. I agree with your 5-minute and the thing in the 1 hour and the whole interaction. That the 5-minute thing is literally statistics. Like, Google it. It's 5.4 minutes. That's how much sex lasts on average. And I do also agree with that's the one thing I really did agree with Quibbles there, and that's rookie numbers. Y'all gotta get that up. Up, 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 up. This is one out of many solutions. I don't even think that this is in and of itself just the correct one. Like, I don't think this needs to be implemented, and if this is put in place, then everything that I say happens. Like, didn't he say, get that down? So what we're not talking about is that the Reagan economics hoarded, we talk about that every day, poor Kip. Of course, capitalism is the greater issue. Of course, the billionaire class hoarding all of the wealth and making your life shittier is the greater issue. The billionaire class are the ones who pay people like Andrew Tate, pay people like Nick Fuentes. They're the ones that are, like Elon Musk, spreading this shit constantly. The billionaire class is a large part of this. In fact, I would argue the largest part of this. Just because it's incremental change doesn't mean it's not useless. Again, when we not even what I said, just decriminalization reduced reported rapes by 31%, right? Reported, so there's probably more, as we discussed. Now, what if you put more regulation in and put a little bit more effort into defining things and had some experts in charge, had law enforcement involved in how conflict can be resolved, then this will reduce rape. What do you think that I said that was very important, preposterous? So perhaps we should agree that and change or not do lobbying? Well, I mean, I say this literally all the time, poor Kip. I'm constantly complaining about communism. Also, yes, hello, new people. Hello, hello, hello. So we as a society define sex differently to many other activities, but we put it on a pedestal. Yes, I do think that that is an issue. I think that not to say that it is not currently this way. It is currently this way, but it's currently this way because we make it this way. Sex is a special thing. It is desired. We treat sex like it's a commodity. And ironically, I think the solution to it is to socialize it. Decommodify sex is the, I think, solution here. F the curve, all those pre-release bros are dragging us down. Hey, just tuning in, when can I find some of this research? I'm interested. Sure, I can link you some of the sources that I used for this. Let me find them real quick, because I just closed all of those. Aha, here we go. Well, here are two for violence against women, domestic violence against women in Australia. That should be in there. Yep, cool, cool. And then we have the NDIS sex work there, as well as, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Wrong document. That one. Did I not link the two studies that I... Okay, so one is this. I didn't link the study for this one, but that's what it's called. And the second would be... Where are you? I only have the citations because they were just PDFs I didn't feel like downloading. You know what? Actually, I can probably find the PDF really quickly. Aha. There's one. Yeah, sorry, I'm not looking at chat because I'm looking at my screen, looking for all of my sources so that I can send it to you lovely people. So that you can educate yourselves, because I don't think you should just listen to me. I think you should do some research for yourselves as well. And that was the Weisler one. Aha, and here's the last one. Sorry about that. There we go. So. I'm not to your channel, and I want Big Muff energy with cabbage change. I don't know what that means. Sex does not have to be wildly different, radical act compared to much other shit that we do. It's a significant act. It's special, but it's not sacred in the way that it's treated. A lack of sex is a problem. Sex is part of being human. You need it. You literally need it. Like anyone who's anti-sex is anti-human, right? But everyone has to have that ability, but the fact that we put it on this pedestal is what makes it so special. We make it so that, like, virginity, right? That's a social construct. That doesn't exist. Sure, there's a hymen and all of that, but like virginity is a construct. There's Christians who have butt sex and then say they're still a virgin. It's a social construct. It's not real, but it matters. How we apply that to our material conditions that we live in, how we word it, how the rhetoric is around it, all of that is a massive, massive, massive implication on where things go. All of that changes based on context. I'm a very nuance-centered person, if you haven't noticed. Sure, sex work is selling your body, but so is working in a mine or in a restaurant or in the military. Preposterous. That's what I tried to make the point of, and I just immediately see Wick and Quibbles rolling their eyes, like, oh. By the way, I just linked my living source document, which is something I'm working on. It's not perfect, but I've often said that the school shooters really needed to get laid, taking age out of it. If they had connected deeply with somebody physically, it might... Exactly, that's what I mean. Obviously, as adults, get them laid because they will stop being crazy as much. Thank you for the sub, guys. But just because they're young doesn't mean they can't benefit from this system. You just don't have sex with them. It's not hard, you know? It's not it brain damages me to have to try and explain this to somebody as just because this person is sometimes a sex worker, by the way, employed by the government in the case we were talking about. I didn't want it to be specifically about state-funded sex work, but it worked out. I tried to bring up Elliot Rodgers at the very beginning, and I could see in his eyes that, like, he was like, I don't know shit about this. I think this is kind of a key idea. There's the potential to shift perspective on this and other issues, changing the perspective on love and sex in a way that makes them way, way less harmful to society as a whole. Preposterous. I think that that's a great point, and I think that that's a good goal to work towards. We should try and figure out how we can make that happen. And I think that this, by the way, would be one of the ways that we can push it forward. The lack of sex is due to the billionaire class. That too. It's always the billionaire class. It's up versus down. That's the real issue. I took my own virginity. Hi. You don't think that social constructs are real? Good God, Dari. I do think that they're real. I just think that they're real to you and only real with the other person that you're engaging with in the context that you're engaging with them. Gender is one that I've brought up before. I'm a gender abolitionist. I don't believe gender is necessarily even real. I think that, like, I'm a woman and I identify as a woman, but that only matters to me and if I am engaging with another person and they care. That's the only time it matters. Do we define sex as connection seeking activity or a very social species, or is it entirely different elevated thing? It is a bunch of things, but partially, yes, connection seeking does go into that. It is social, but there's still that, like, lizard brain part of you, right? And so that's never going to go away. That lizard brain part of you, when denied everything that it wants, is the lizard brain part of you that also gets you, like, it's not necessarily the part of your brain that controls anger, but your brain is one big sack of meat with electricity running through it. Something happens at one point, something happens at another. And that's the thing, everything is connected. And he kept trying to phrase everything as if it was unconnected, that everything was on its own, that they didn't matter, they didn't relate to each other, that they didn't affect each other. I don't know. At least it was entertaining. Nothing like seeing an incel. I don't think he's an incel. Social constructs are a phantasm rather. That is, I mean, that makes sense. Shout out to Sterner. There were times I had to turn the volume down. Yeah, sorry guys, I had to yell. I couldn't get any, like, words out. Every time I tried to say something, I would get like 3 words in. And I did expect that, by the way, but you know, it's just being a woman. Decorum is important in a debate. I feel it was a lot. I wanted a decorum debate. I tried. Look, my intention going into this was to stay calm and not yell at all. Clearly I failed in that, so I think destigmatizing awkwardness matters more with incels, but there's no easy fix for that. Well, again, there's no easy fix for it, but what would help was what I said, talking to people. Have the incel have to sit and be in a room like a therapist for an hour, or maybe if they can touch somebody, hold hands on a couch and watch TV, or not even, actually no TV. I don't want the TV. I want you to pay attention to the worker who is in your vicinity. Just hold hands and sit there for an hour. Maybe talk. That's what I would like. Gen Zers, may I penetrate your vagina? Do you sign this? Consent here, please. I mean, yeah, look, we're going too far as a society with defining words so fucking broadly that they don't mean anything anymore. They don't mean anything when you define them that broadly. It's like the George Carlin clip. You have to be somewhat specific. I need a list of things that I can't do. If you make the list of things that I can't do so broad and unspecific that I can't tell what I'm not allowed to do, then I'm gonna do it anyway. You handled yourself better than I would have, honestly, but I have a huge dog in that fight. Yeah. Thank you, though. Good job today in the debate. Thank you, NoCal Mike. Okay. I love all of you guys. I think what we're also not talking about is the perception of beautiful that can be inherited to some and abused by others that have that trait. I guess, but it's not like pretty privilege exists, right? Pork hip, but how often is pretty privileged abused? It's used often, but how often is it abused? And what does that even mean? Like, what? How would you abuse pretty privilege? Well, it could be something like pretending that you're someone that you're not, pretending that you're richer than you are because you look attractive and you wear nice clothes. But besides, like OnlyFans is an example. How is that? Go further. Define, please. Are you sure that there's no coercion going on there? Not even a little bit, because I'd be unfortunate if their contract was void. True. I just mean when someone sees you like that, the stereotype is already there. They're expected to be angry and sexist, even if they're not. That's true. Hold up, you mean Biden isn't a communist? No worries, take your time. I need to go get some water in a second and pee. It's been like 3 hours. I think it's all encompassing. Just the chemical reaction happening in your body itself is affecting your mental, physical health. It's a powerful thing. That's why governments and religions and philosophical ideas cover it thoroughly to me. No, you're right. Mello, you're exactly right. And we abuse these systems daily. We abuse these systems exactly the way you described to make things worse every day. Every day. The people that I'm trying to target with this policy use those exact systems to make everything worse every day. It's the same as every accusation is a confession from the right, you know? I could have gone the rest of my life without seeing that. Sorry, but, you know, I'm glad you at least somewhat stuck around and enjoyed it. Tales of Eternity. I was a big introvert, but I decided to force myself to interact with others when I went to college. I left my car with my parents for 6 months, and that changed a lot. Tales of Eternity, you're so right. And I've talked about this before on the channel. A year ago, you could never have caught me, like, talking to a camera. A year ago, I was a housewife that sat at home, cleaned the house, did laundry, I was anxious, I was socially awkward, I didn't like talking to strangers, I didn't like having pictures of me taken. Now I sit on the internet and talk for 5 hours every day because effort, forcing myself to interact with somebody is a way of saying it, but what I would like to phrase there instead is what we actually use as a medical term, and that is it's degrees of God. I literally had it on the tip of my tongue. OCD term to normalize feelings. What's that called again? God damn it. Exposure therapy. Thank you. Exposure therapy. An exposure therapy of forcing, or rather not forcing, but encouraging you to interact with the systems in which that make you uncomfortable will allow you to grow past those systems and move on. Lacking empathy for those you deem lesser than you based upon physicality. I mean, like, there wasn't any lack of empathy here. I don't think Quibbles had any lack of empathy. I think that he thinks that I did. I think there was a big misunderstanding in that, like, either it was entirely bad faith or it was entirely a misunderstanding in that my belief isn't that this isn't wrong. It's just less wrong than what we have now, and we should still work to fix it even further. Wick, OnlyFans is exploitative towards men, and absolutely is. How, Wick? How is it exploitative towards men? Oh god, there's so much chat to catch up on. I need to get faster with this. Jesus Christ. OnlyFans has shown a very interesting twist. Hold on. Did Mello answer? There we go. Okay. Would you do well in the future? Compartmentalize what you want to get in a short term and what you want ultimately, think flipping between them. Confuse the shit out of those two. That's the thing, though. I had one goal when I went in, Good Guy Dari, and I had to jump between the two because I kept being dragged out of the conversation that I'm having into another conversation. I heard the debate. I'm from Latin America. I work in Congress for drug policy reform and legislation, euthanasia, regulation of sex work in Latin America, protections for Afro-Indigenous people. Based, Dan did so. I hope you enjoyed it. Mellow, OnlyFans has shown to be interesting twist. You used to have to be conventionally attractive to do masses in porn. If you didn't do prostitution, it was an option. Now, as long as your body has something people want to see. Again, it's not even just OnlyFans. You can do that on Twitter now, Mellow. You defended well. Some points I exposed differently, but in the same line, Quibbles debates from presupposition positions. Yeah, I agree. I don't think any, rational points were made against my argument. OnlyFans is exploitative towards men because women post feet pics forcing men to subscribe for $5 a month. Will you guys subscribe $5 a month without me posting feet pics? Because that'd be cool. It used to be Tumblr. Exactly, it did. It's not exploitative towards men because it's just porn. Porn exists everywhere. Every porn site is exploitative. Guys, capitalism is exploitative. It's no more exploitative than Pornhub existing is. OnlyFans existing is no more exploitative than, I don't know what Brazzers is. Only one that I can think of off the top. A paid porn company. That's it. It's the same. They're all industries that take your money and give you a service. It is only exploitative because they are taking more money than they should, and you are getting less services than you should. Okay, so whether or not you're a man or a woman, whether or not you're a man or a woman, or anything in between, if you have attractive values, that can be commoditized, I think what you want to say there. So given that the day with unchecked capitalism and the ROI for the platforms such as OnlyFans alluring to opportunists, the downtrodden and the nihilistic, this leads to degradation of moral and ethic values. And that's all capitalism, poor kip. Again, there's no difference between this and any other industrial system in our mode of production that we live in. This chicken, keep your damn hands off my Playboy. Infallible Fowl, how did you find Wick and Quibbles? Who do you follow? How did you come out of your shell? Well, I was recommended Wick by Kediris, chatter in here. Just shouted me out to Wick and then said I should have a debate with somebody. And I just came up with the idea. All of this happened within a week. I only just met Quibbles today. How did I get out of my shell? What happened is I left my ex-fiance and then moved out on my own, and then within 2 months started live streaming. I used to watch a various amount of live streamers. I tend to not watch them too much anymore because I don't want to pick up their rhetoric. But I mean, really anyone on the left. Majority Report, Kyle Kalinske, Hassan Vosh, which I know a lot of you are gonna with, which I don't care. I've looked at some Destiny every once in a while. I left them, bitch. And Legion Miller, Zateo, people like Mehdi Hassan. That's see, you're gonna vomit Hassan, but Hassan did the most base thing that I've seen in 5 years by going and interviewing those incarcerated firefighters at in the middle of the fires. That was I've not seen a single person do anything like that. I don't know. Let's seize the means of reproduction, then seize the means of production. Shard Spork, that's what I'm trying to say. It's always a two-way road. I mean, yeah, but I made the decision. Why are you flaming me right now? What did I do to you, poor Kip? I'm agreeing with everything that you said prior to this. capitalism or any ism is exploitative based on the people who are within those systems. All isms use the same means. Not all of them, but vast majority of them. Again, for those that are new here, I've defined my ideal political system before, but it's not something that can be accomplished in our lifetime. There are systems that need to be built on top of it. It's obvious you've watched a ton of Vosh, probably why you remind me of old Vosh minus the sexist jokes. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Old Vosh was good. Like the debate Vosh, I enjoyed that quite a lot. And by the way, I don't, yeah. Himbo did what CNN did not do. Even Vosh applauded him. Exactly. I'm trying to find the link for it right now. And also I'm trying to find a link to prove that not all isms are inherently exploitative and evil. Just most of them are, and it's about how you apply them. That is a system that is not exploitative if done correctly. I would skip like the first like paragraph because it's pretty boring. But, and I mean, here or actually no, it was yesterday's stream. God damn it. I don't know. This was fun. I wish some of Wick TV viewers would have gotten into the voice chat. I wanted to talk about it so bad while it was live. I mean, you guys can hop into the Discord and, I mean, I can jump on voice at some point. We can talk about it. I am technically supposed to stream tomorrow. I'm just not particularly sure how I'm going to manage that because, yo, I'm here for a civil debate. I'm really well spoken. What do you want to debate about? I mean, again, I would need to have a good reason. Ah, come on, where's fucking Hassan? Whatever, I can't find it. You can find it. It's fine. Is it something like cybersin? Because I love that word. I have no idea what that is. But, guys, just wait for me for a second, because I haven't peed in 3 fucking hours. And we can come back and chat. Mods, handle it. By the way, guys, I still have some energy, so if you want me to cover a news story today, I still have some energy, so if you want me to cover like a news story today, link it in the chat. I'm just going to go fill up my water bottle and come back, and then we can have a look. All right. I don't know what's happening, but okay. Watch this. Have a look. I got a question for you. What's your take? Oh, did you guys hear that Venezuela wanted to invade Puerto Rico? That was weird. Oh, hey, thanks for the box. Yes, fucking drink something. I finished this entire thing. This was filled to the brim. Cover the pirate software drama. Oh, also, yes, thank you. This is what we were talking about earlier with Hassan. Link me the pirate software drama, and I will cover it. I don't know what that is. I heard that rumor earlier. Huh. Well, first we'll watch bits of this. because this is a very long, stream. But you should watch it, by the way. It's very, very good.
I'm back in the movie business making movies, but I'm still on the board of ARC and doing this kind of work.
We were supposed to have a meeting
on Friday, and I got evacuated.
That was like not. I didn't even realize that you were doing this thing. We were supposed to have this meeting, and I thought it was like a regular, sometimes producers and stuff like that hit me up. And then Caroline was like, oh, I was doing some research on like incarcerated firefighters, like where to donate and whatnot, because it's something that we talk about quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, there's this guy, Scott Budnick. And I was like, I know this name. Where do I know it? It's like, oh my God.
Wait, you figured this out?
Yeah, she's the one.
So that's the thing. Whether or not you like Hassan or not, and by the way, I don't like dislike him at all. Nobody's perfect. But this is, I don't know, that maybe it's because I'm a streamer, and so like I can kind of get it, but you're not going to be right 100% of the time. And I think some of his takes are shit, but I'm sure some of you think my takes are shit as well. He's good faith. He cares. He actually gives a shit, and that's good enough for me. But if you hadn't watched this, these incarcerated firefighters are fucking heroes. They are getting paid $180 a month to fight these fires. They get no health insurance. They don't get any health care for all of the smoke that they're inhaling. His chat is actually insane. That I'll agree. But is saying baby settlers good faith? I have no idea even what you mean by that. He's all right. But these guys make $180 a month. 180. And when they get out of prison, they're not allowed to be firefighters. Some of the most experienced firefighters in the world, definitely the most experienced in the country. Well, we're not going to watch the whole thing, so definitely spoil it, because I don't have an hour of energy left. That debate took a lot out of me, and I usually only stream for 5 hours, so we're at 4. They sign their rights away if they die in a fire. Yeah, I mean, like, this is slavery. That's the whole point. This is the only type of slavery that we even see locally on the television. This is the kind of stuff that gets aired. Notice how the mainstream media covered Hassan doing it, but not did it themselves. But also, I've covered this on my stream before. Places like Alabama, they let you rent out prisoners to private corporations. In Alabama, you can be a prison warden and rent a prisoner to the McDonald's across the street to be a cashier. That is a thing that we do in this country. He was talking about Israel and how they have baby settlers. I mean, the babies aren't doing anything. It's the parents that are the settlers, but the babies are there, I guess. That's a semantical argument based on like wording that you could make. I just don't care enough. These firefighters are from my area. God damn. That one guy's life might have been different if he found this instead of whatever got him locked up. True.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a second. That's crazy that these two things intersected.
Actually,
what's going on, man? Kimbo, nice to meet
you.
Kimbo,
the 13th Amendment, yeah.
Okay, I think we gotta connect with that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Any big Kimbo right here?
Kimbo, you're on Twitch.
I think I found my clips. Because I just like took out some of the best clips from this. And yes, here we go. There's one.
Yeah, of course. Come over.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting
Get in here.
Stand right here.
Talk to him.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her in about 11 years. And yeah, I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and get your mom right, okay? Love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now.
True.
Every day.
At some point, Hassan should own his own network, IMO. Are you trying to make TYT again, but like actually stay on the left this time?
Do my best.
What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County and I miss everybody.
You're not wrong, Short Sport. You're not wrong.
California State doesn't have any sort of like reintegration program.
California has MCRP program, and thank God for Scott Budnick, he's trying to integrate his ARC program. So MCRP is the reintegration program from being incarcerated to being on the outside. It's limited, but it's offering you a way to try to deinstitutionalize.
Look, we're not going to talk about TYT, but yes, they named their studio Poly Market Studios. Peter Thiel owns the poly market, so do the math yourself.
But in a sense, it's kind of just keeping you on a leash, sadly to say, but that's what it is. They do offer some programs, but they're very limited because they're usually private-owned companies.
And they most likely have you do it yourself. Like when you finish parole, they have you do your own parole.
It
feels like out of 10, only 3 go.
I feel
what
like,
about the rest?
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was Cal Fire.
Unk Jenk and Kasparian will flee to Fox and OANN so Himbo can buy them out. I mean, that would be pretty based, actually. But I don't want to get into drama with that.
Or if it's anything else.
Nope. Enough drama today for me.
You're not going to want to lose that job. You're not going to want to fuck over. You're not going to fuck around with your parole.
You have something to lose. It's a tie down.
Yeah, that's what is so frustrating about stuff like this. Is that, I mean, it's just so dispensable, like expendable. They just discard you. They're like,
it is so cool, isn't it, Tyler?
Your time. Fuck off.
Another number. Yeah.
I love Zach Galifianakis. It was so cool, Tyler.
And it's very frustrating.
So you said you kind of do political work. Since you've been kind of shining the light on some of the other spaces, have you seen any like progress being made or kind of any like development within that field?
I mean, yes and no. I feel like people are very resistant. They're very resilient. They don't want to see the humanity of other people.
Especially people that they consider a lower class, especially people that they consider criminals, poor. All of this, like they all of this ties together. Here's some more. Oh, thank you for the follow again.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. It's low. I think I get like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
They give you extra when it's during a crisis, right? I was reading that you were supposed to.
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis.
No Cenk v Visora debate tonight. That would be sick. You guys know I'm also Turkish, and I also grew up in New Jersey, by the way. So, like, I grew up within, like, a 20-minute drive of Cenk, where he grew up. A 20-minute drive of where Hassan lived in Jersey. It's quite funny. Me and Cenk should just do a debate in Turkish. That would be really fun. But, I am younger. But I did want to, like, point out here, right? There is no extra pay that these guys get because it's an emergency. There are 1,000 of them just yesterday marching like they're marching to their death because this fire is not something you can control. They have no health care. If they get hurt, the prison system has to treat them. If they're hurt past what the prison system is willing to do, then they don't get the treatment. I used this against the project in my Congress that wants to use free labor from imprisoned people. Good. I'm glad you used this. Dan did so because this is literally slavery. Make the argument of even if you're paying these people $180 a month, it's still slavery, especially when you think about how much the private firefighters are getting paid, which is the next thing that we're about to say. I sent it to my contacts and asked them to help us develop an opposition because some in Latin America use free labor from imprisoned people and think it's a great idea. Dan did so. I've been saying this for a while. Latin America is going to get even more based as the Trump administration goes on. We're going to keep pissing off Latin America, and then they're going to have the socialist revolution. Just take down Milei first and think you're fine. State government makes me really mad. True. In the grim, dark future, you will not be missed. Aw, I think a lot of people here might disagree with you. See, that's the thing. A lot of people said Hassan was exploiting them for the content, and I think that's dog shit. This is people don't know about this. He has a platform, and he's showing people what's the abuse that's going on, the oppression, the exploitation, and yes, these prisoners, they're in prison. They can't leave the area. They're stuck at this camp until they go fight the fire. This is the complete opposite of exploitation. This is what would be the actual definitional word of exploitation? It's compassion. It's altruism. It's charity. I mean, it's not charity because he's getting subs and stuff for this, but I'm sure he also absolutely would give these people, like, donate money to them, but you can't donate money to them. They're in prison. You can put money in their commissary. I'm sure he did, by the way. I'd be shocked if he didn't put money in their commissary. Anyway, yes, your pizza's here, and I was about to say I'm off for the night anyway. Thank you all for tuning in today. I hope to see you next time. So, yeah. Join the Discord, by the way. I might as well raid somebody while we're up in here, because there's quite a few. Who should we raid? Anyone have any ideas? Who are we raiding? I hope Lennon joins. Is he still, like, is he not here? Goddamn, who do we raid? No one's live that I know of. Thank you, Shardspark. Carter? Carter who? Well, I mean, like, the debate was fun still. And thank you. Who's okay? Carter, just chatting. What do you do? Are you doing politics now? But you know what? There's cats on the screen. Enjoy the cats. Raid incoming. And go.